No, I hit the wrong set of buttons. There we go. Hello, Internet, and welcome to Session 7 of Land Beyond the Mist. I am excited to get a chance to play with some new players, and a returning player, of course, but always fun to see new faces around the table. Let us start off, as we always do, by jumping in and introducing ourselves and our characters. I'm just going to go around in the camera order I see in Discord, so why don't we start with David? Why don't you introduce yourself and your character, tell us a little bit about him, and who you'll be playing tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hey guys, my name's David. I'll be playing a human cleric named Whiffles. He's a bald fella, but he's bald by choice, per se, so he always has a little bit of stubble, on the head. But he keeps his beard, completely trimmed all the time. It's like a religious reason or something of that sort. He's clad in heavy armor, but he tries to hide it unsuccessfully, really unsuccessfully, under, like, commoner clothing. So he always stands out in a crowd as, a 6 feet tall hunk of a man in a crowd. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Well, what is this hunk of a man who is chosen to be bald on purpose doing out beyond the mist?
Yeah, so I feel like he used to be, like, in your world, like, the kingdom was trying to spread itself before in this region, and I feel like he was part of it before. And he was a hermit for a while after it was unsuccessful, and now that he heard that there is another keep that kinda, is trying to spread out again, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna give it another shot.
All right, another expedition into lands unknown. Well, you've picked a good place to spread your wings and see what else is new and interesting in the world. Thank you. I'm excited to see you play. Why don't we head on over to Cyan Phoenix? I think it is. Why don't you introduce yourself and your character who you'll be playing tonight?
Hey guys, I am playing Garrett today. He is an extremely short halfling, shorter than most halflings. He grew up in the big city as an urchin, never knew his parents, and he struggled to find food, which explains his total garbage stats. He grew up in the city, was saved by a certain person, and he's come to the Mist to make some friends, and he's hoping to find some money to start an orphanage to help out other people in his situation.
Oh, very noble goal to start an orphanage. So you struggled to make friends your whole life. How did you come to the conclusion that you'll go to the very edge of civilization, to the very edge of the world to make your friends? That is an interesting character choice to me.
Well, he went around in the city for a few years, but no one liked him, so he had to find some place to go.
Had to find the weirdos out of the edge of the world, huh? I like it. Hey. That worked out well for me. I wish your character luck. Sounds like he will be very fun to play. Our returning character, but returning unfortunately with a brand new character to the table, is Manticore. Why don't you tell us a little bit about who you've brought today?
Hello, I'm Manticore. I was here last week, and I am back with a vengeance. Come to take revenge on Greg for his brutal murder with my character with the ghost. I am playing Albert. He is a half-elf paladin with his loyal mule, Reuben, and he is come to put down the heathens and chaos of this land and return law and order. Detective Albert of the King's Guard. Come to fucking put down these bandit bastards that are murdering people. Yeah, and I'm excited to play.
Awesome. So you came up with the King's Guard. What is it that moved you away from, the lawful King's Guard, the sanctioned kind of, captain, to a less lawful, now you're, extrajudicial, beyond the law adventurer? What shifted your perspective there?
The fact nobody was actually coming out here besides adventurers who were all fucking dying horribly. Like, I heard the stories about the Dragon Knight that died and all of these people, and I heard the story that they were putting up this memorial to the fact that 20 people had already died, and they're all so fucking incompetent out here that they go out there, they fucking die horribly for no reason, and somebody's got to come out here and put the shit straight.
Oh, all right. Show these adventurers what a real man can do, huh?
What a detective of the King's Guard can do.
Put your expertise to the test. Well, you have a tall task ahead of you, it sounds like. I look forward to seeing how it goes. Last and most certainly not least, Shadow, why don't you introduce yourself and your character to us?
All right, I'm Shadow054 in Discord, Scarlet Shadow in Twitch. Today I'll be playing Murdoch, or Doc for short. Murdoch is a David Crockett type. He's got a beaver tail hat. He's kind of like 5.5 feet, a little bit older, a little bit of white flecks in his hair. And he came from a village out in the way. He was out gathering herbs one day, came back, found the entire village destroyed, raided by goblins. So he's out looking for some vengeance. He heard some goblins were out in the mist. He's going to come out this way and try to find a way to kind of maybe use some of his skills for the betterment of other people, make some money, maybe kill some goblins along the way. Murdoch was a doctor. He's kind of a field medic, and that's how he's going to kind of play his character. He is a rogue as well.
Oh, very interesting.
Maybe a little crazy-eyed.
A little crazy-eyed, absolutely. So you had some run-ins with some goblins. Did this happen beyond the mist, or did it happen in the land of men and elves to the south? Because they were ostensibly driven off beyond the mountains at one point, kind of an age past.
Well, it may have been goblins. It may have been something else, but Murdoch is pretty convinced that it was goblins.
Very intriguing. There is a bit of a mystery there. I think that would be interesting to solve. I look forward to seeing how that plays out. Excellent. Well, I appreciate you all bringing your characters to the table and playing with us today. Let us get started, if you don't mind. The four of you will start, as always, around the great table in the Cloak and Stagger, with the kind of area of map carved into it by adventurers past. The four of you have chosen to travel to the abandoned monastery today, correct?
Hunt some goddamn bandits.
Hunt some bandits. Excellent. Well, there is a bounty out on them. Are there any preparations that the four of you would like to make before heading out today?
I have my trusty mule, which I bought back home before I left.
Okay.
With my starting gold, and he's loaded up with all of our rations and everything. I've also bought some additional rations already and marked off the gold. Other than that, that's it for me.
That is it for you. Okay, that sounds good. Anything else from the rest of the party, or shall we get to adventuring?
Really quick. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Horm.
I did some shuffling with the equipment. I sold, I believe, my crossbow. Got something else, but that's fine. It's just regular metal equipment.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. No problem there.
Doc really wants to set up really fast, but he wants to either talk to Wither here in the tavern or go talk to Flint, because he's a little interested about the bounties and what they are and what any extra information they can give us on it, whether it be for Mad Eye or the family robes from the Amber family robes, or for this bounty on Big Jimmy.
Absolutely. Wither's not really the one you want to talk to that. Instead, you seek out Flint Blacksteel, who no one has gone to see yet, interestingly enough. But Flint is a quite interesting character. He is clearly a dwarf. He stands with the kind of proud dwarven features, but he doesn't have the big long beard. In fact, he's grown out and manicured this large mustache, like a big handlebar mustache, and he keeps the rest of his hair clipped short. He wears what is clearly blacksmith's clothes, and his muscles are well worked from just ages in the smithery. He has a working man's body, and you can just tell that the strength of his job it shows on his features. There's just a sternness and a gruffness to him, even as you just see him. He kind of looks up to the four of you as you approach him. Says, what brings you to Blacksteel's?
Looking for information on the bounties on the board, specifically about the family robes.
Ah, yes. They're stolen off the noble in the King's Road. bit while back now. Over a month, I would say. Probably more. The noble family has posted a quite handsome reward for any who could bring back the robes, and also for anyone who would punish the dastardly Mad-Eye Manning. I've been authorized, of course, to hold on to the reward. He kind of chucks a thumb over his shoulder, and you can see in the back of his shop, like, homemade crafted safe. That is clearly of iron and very much hard to get through. He says, "You bring me his head, you bring me the robes, or I suppose the man in shackles. I'll turn him over to the King's Guard, and I'll see you paid handsomely."
Do you have any description on the robes so that we may find them easier?
Aye, yes. And apparently they have the insignia of a falcon upon them, high on the breast collar. But more importantly, these robes seem to be of some importance to the family. They have stitched together with, I don't know how to describe it. They said objects. There's stitches all over them that could be pulled off. And I don't really understand magic, it's not my thing. But apparently the robes themselves have some kind of magical quality, and they're stitching on them. They said that they would be immediately recognizable to anyone who saw them.
Hopefully we'll return with them here in a few days.
Ah, excellent.
Tell me, this gentleman, the Mad-Eye, does he have any description on him?
Aye.
And
He's a towering man. Never saw him myself, but there's plenty of posters down in the Southlands. I think the King's Guard had one at one point. I'll see if I could track it down for you, maybe. He's a tower of a man, holds a giant sword. Very well known for cleaving people in twain on the old highways. His single right eye never looks in the same place for more than a moment. Seems to wander. That's how he gets his name. Otherwise, he wears the images of his band, the Jackals.
Any idea where this bastard came from?
Hey, South. He was a bastard on the highways for a long time. Let's see.
Before the highways. He a deserter from some army or something, or no?
I wouldn't know that myself. I only know him as the leader of the Jackals. The Jackals themselves have been around for ages. They go through different leadership. I think he took over some 10, 15 years back. Became particularly bold under his leadership.
Damn. That's a long time.
Aye, he's been at this for a while.
Alright. Well, any other questions, or can we get moving? Let's go kill this bastard.
Right.
Excellent.
The plan is...
Ready to go.
So are we going for him straight away?
Yeah, straight to the monastery. Well, not him straight away. We gotta kill his band first.
All right. Well, so the four of you are prepared and are ready to take off. So, let's just jump into play then. The thing I will need is a navigator first for the party. Who will be the one leading the way?
Our
Murdoch.
local wanderer, I think. Whatever the...
Yes. Murdoch will be leading the way.
All right. Excellent, Murdoch. And so what I will need first from you is a intended route for your first day of travel, and the pace that your party will go at.
I think we're going to head at a normal pace, and we're
Okay.
going to head directly north from the keep, maybe slightly northeast.
North, slightly northeast, heading straight for the monastery. Excellent. And you said at a medium pace. Excellent. What I will have you do then is make a navigation check. Do you have any special skills or things you would like to bring to your navigation, or would you like to just make a survival wisdom?
Yes. Doc is a wanderer, an outlander by trade, and therefore I believe he will make this particular check at advantage for survival.
That is correct. The Wanderer gives you advantage for this, and you're moving at a medium pace, so you get to travel normally. Go ahead and roll Survival Wisdom at advantage. The DC for the first day's worth of travel is 10.
And Greg,
Yes.
Whipples has a special spell called Guidance that allows people to roll an extra d4 on their checks. Would this be something included or not in particular?
In general, I have not thought about using spells in this way. Let me look at guidance. Is it a cantrip or a first level spell?
It is on cantrip, yes.
I would say the issue with guidance is that it's when they're rolling the roll, it has to be within a minute of when you cast a spell. So if the roll is over the course of an entire day, you could just say no.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that guidance itself probably is not powerful enough to affect the travel system. I think if you wanted to spend a first or second level spell, we could maybe discuss it. But as is, I think the guidance won't be enough to affect the rolls here for this one.
That's fair.
You can still 100% use it on stealth and stuff. Do not.
Yeah. When we're out of the travel system and into an encounter or some kind of exploration of a specific area, guidance totally legit.
Absolutely, I'll annoy you with it. No worries.
Perfect. That's what I like to hear. All right. So you have a roll to 15. You have passed your DC 10. You are not lost. You make straight right away north, slightly by northeast. You begin making your way through pasture land and the small towns and farms that dot this area for the first 18 or so miles around the keep before eventually the party finds themselves towards the end of the day in the howling fields. The grasslands begin to rise up in patches. The grasses grow long and wild, about chest high on a full-grown man. Small trees dot the area, and birds and wildlife begin kind of singing around. As you reach this kind of more wild area out beyond the mist, what is it like? How do you travel? How do you guys travel? What's the mood like? What are you doing as you make your way through here?
Albert hand leads Reuben by the reins and is talking to him as they travel. He treats him like a son almost. He's very affectionate towards Reuben.
Uh-huh.
I think Doc is. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, the latency is killing me, but go ahead.
I think Doc is kind of out in front of the party a little bit, kind of picking the path, keeping his eye out on everything in front, looking back, maybe getting a little bit of measure of the people he's traveling with as he goes. Is this the first time he's ever met them, the first time he's out with them, and he's gonna kind of be responsible for their lives. So a little bit of eyes ahead and a little bit of thoughts behind.
All right.
Yeah. And Whittles is always talking non-stop, and he's always trying to play games like I Spy with My Little Eye, something green with a brown stem in front of us, But yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, just trying to annoy the party a little bit.
It seems like the mood, while cautious... Oh, I'm sorry, Cyan. I talked right over you.
Before the grasslands, Garrett's just sort of wandering around, looking at things. He might pick up a couple shiny pebbles here and there. But once we get to the grasslands, it's like the grass is over his head. So he's sticking close to the donkey and just trying to keep a hand on the donkey to not get lost.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, as the mood seems cautious, but kind of frivolous in some ways. It is not long into the grasses that one of you, Murdoch, you spy an interesting thing. In the fields, not too far off to the east of yourself, maybe 100 feet at most, you see some holes in the ground, about the size of a man, you would say, maybe 5-6 feet in diameter. There are 3 of those holes, and nearby you see what has to be the corpses of adventurers. There are 4 human bodies, or humanoid bodies, laid out nearby these holes, and they are clearly dressed up in equipment. Like you immediately recognize these people are dressed for adventure. But it is off of your path and not necessarily impeding your progress. What do you do?
I think I immediately hold up a hand and try to turn around and give a quick shh to everybody as I kind of sneak back to the party a little bit. I think I'll point out the details you just mentioned, and I'll ask if either Garrett or I should go up and take a quick look. Can I get
Albert
one?
immediately runs up, clanking loudly with his leg brace and his full like chainmail. What's the issue? What are we dealing with here?
We're not quite sure yet. Can I get a little more description, Greg? When you said the adventurers were laid out, were they like laid out in a row, or were they on the ground in weird angles, like they had been attacked and that's where they lay at the end?
More like the second one. Less like they had been laid out intentionally, right? It doesn't look like
Right.
somebody placed them. It looks like they have fallen and here they lay.
Doc, does it look fresh, or have they been here for a few days?
You would think that they are like not particularly fresh. You think that the state of the bodies give you the impression of decay, but they are not ancient nor overly old. Like they have not gotten to the stage of putrefying and awful. They're recent, but not maybe like killed in the last hour or so.
Now that he's pointed out, can the entire party see the bodies? Are they like
Yes.
obvious?
He's pointed them out to you, and you can all see this. I don't know.
about
Maybe maybe Garrett has trouble. You have to like get him on the donkey
jumps
so
up.
he can see over
Yeah,
the grass.
jumps up on the donkey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Albert will just speak up. We should go and lay those bodies to rest. Waste of good men, but shouldn't just leave them out here.
Looks like they're sleeping already. What do you mean, to rest?
I mean, respectfully lay the bodies in a way that lets their souls pass on. Not just lay out here with their ghosts trapped in this foul place.
Garrett's gonna get close to the ground and see if he can like hear anything, feel any rumbling, see if anything's like moving underground.
From where you are, not next to the holes, just right where you are.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get closer.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception. I think this is just a regular perception wisdom, unless you have some other skill that you'd like to bring to the table for that check.
No, it's fine.
Okay, go ahead and
Albert, yeah. Ooh, nice.
A 17. You put your ear to the ground and you take a long wait and listen, and you don't hear anything underneath you. You don't feel any rumbles from the ground. It's just as natural as if you had not expected anything to be there at all.
How far away were the bodies?
No more than 100 feet off to
Okay,
your east.
Albert,
As I can, sorry, as I can see.
Fine sense. I want to just proc this really quick, so I just use that just so it's out of the way.
Okay, so Divine Sense senses good and evil and celestial and fiends, right? It doesn't necessarily...
And undead.
Undead, okay.
That was the big one. I'm actually looking to see if they've all become zombies or something.
You check the bodies to see if they have become undead creatures. In fact, they have not. They are very clearly not proccing your Divine Sense.
As I
Yeah,
can
I
see,
walked
sir,
with them 60 feet and then I'll proc it. I wouldn't have procced it out here.
Okay.
But I clanked over, take a deep sniff, and then I'm like, no, they're not undead yet.
as I can see Garrett, kind of listening to the floor, and he's like hidden in the grass. I'm gonna lay my hands upon him, and I will cast a spell called Guidance, and I say, go take a look. You are hidden.
All right.
All right.
He will look back, give the "do I have to" look, and then he will stealth over.
All right,
Before he
you begin
goes.
sneaking your way over to the bodies. I think that Albert already trounced quite a ways over there, but you get all the way up to the bodies and do your best to not make any noise or be overly seen along the way. What do you do when you get there?
He will look over the bodies and just see if there's any obvious expensive gear. So if they had magical weapons or plate armor or something.
You begin investigating the bodies. You will notice something automatically, but I do want you to make a check to see if you notice something else as well. So, I think this is an investigation check. I think that you are... I don't know, you're just using your natural kind of perception to kind of go through the bodies, it sounds like. You're just looking through it. Does that sound more like... I think that sounds like a wisdom investigation check in my mind. Does this seem appropriate to you?
Albert will clank up and help with his
Alright.
detective skills because he is trained in investigation.
All right, a trained detective squats down and begins kind of helping you try to sort your way through. Go ahead and roll at advantage.
I'm in the King's Guard, serving into the police department, I guess. I don't know.
Is there an easy way to like change the stat that it rolls with skills, or do you just have to manually?
I would have to play with the actual character sheet itself.
It's complicated. I would just roll plus wisdom
roll
plus
D20.
proficiency. Just do it and
Yeah.
roll. Just roll a d20 plus your stuff.
Yeah.
I will have to
As-
admit that I am not a super proficient Roll20 user. I am mostly just like type out my rolls when I'm playing games.
No, it's oh
Okay.
my god.
Ooh, nice. You the first thing that you immediately notice is that there is a small strand of something organic that has attached itself to the bodies and like not to their armor or to their items or their equipment, but to like the fleshy exposed bits of each of the bodies and extends down deep into the holes. From the holes, like these fibers, there's one fiber for each body that comes out and attaches from each of the holes. So in total, there are 12 of these fibers, and they are clearly biological in some way. As you peer through and investigate through the body, the one thing that comes to your attention, well, I guess there's two things. They have coin purses on them, and judging by their fill, you think that there's a number of coins in there. You think that there's probably 50 to 100 coins of some denomination inside the bags. And also, there is a special ring on one of the character's finger. The ring is entirely made of silver and has an embossed image of a ram upon it.
Could I roll to know what the ram is, if it's like a house sigil or something? I have history and religion, if either is relevant.
Yeah, so you are trained in history. You think back to the symbols of houses, and you are pretty certain, just from your training, that this does not represent any noble house that you've come in contact with the King's Guard.
All right. One more question. I look at the group. Are there any religious symbols or like ways to identify if there was a cleric or a paladin or any like what this group's affiliation was?
You see no religious iconography on any of the characters, or any of the players, or adventurers is the word I was looking for, and went through 3 different takes. You don't see any religious iconography on any of the adventurers that lay dead in front of you. The adventurer that wears the ring does have kind of like a robe on that might indicate more of a spell castery bent. He doesn't seem as decked out in the martial armors and weapons as the rest of the fellows that lay dead.
So they're all wearing some form of armor besides the robe guy?
I mean, a robe is armor. Yeah, it's equipment. Yes, essentially.
I guess it's like armor that you could sell for money, not just clothing.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I get a quick count again, Greg? I know you said a bunch, but now that we're close, how many are there on the ground? How many bodies?
There are 4 dead bodies on the ground, and from each of the holes there are a single strand connecting to each of them. So there are
12 holes or 4?
there are 3 holes and there are 12 strands, one from each of the holes to each of the bodies.
Oh,
What did they die
okay,
from?
okay, that makes sense.
Thank
Huh?
you.
What
That
did they
gives
die
me a lot
from?
more information.
It's hard to tell what they died from. Are you trained as a medical professional, or have some way of knowing?
I am the detective. I have all of the relevant skills.
All right. You already had a natural 20 investigation with excuse me, with Garrett's help. So I'm not going to make you double roll. They seem to have died from poison. The distended nature of their body, the bluish coloring on their nails and underneath their eyes and their tongues, the way that they look reminds you of poisonings that you've seen and investigated under the King's Guard.
Hey, guys, stand back. I have an idea. I can move the corpses from far away. Let's see what the strings are about.
I don't know if it's a good idea.
I wouldn't.
Look at the
Um,
coin!
yeah.
The coin!
Sure. Okay. I'm backing up. Wait until I'm like 30 feet back. I will back up
Absolutely.
with Ruben like 40 feet away, and I'll let him do his thing.
I will say to Wiffles, if we move the corpses, whatever that is that's attached to them, it's
Mhm.
gonna know we moved them. If we want to take anything, we should try and take it before we move the body.
Oh, sure. No. Just trust me. Stand back 30 feet.
Well, wait. Let's try and get the ring off before. Well, whatever. I'll trust you.
I'll stand
yeah.
back
I'll
30
up
feet.
40 feet away from the bodies with Ruben.
I mean, how can you not trust somebody named Wiffles? I will stand back 30 feet.
I'm gonna whiff every single roll, trust me.
All right, the
also
party
pulling
stands
out my
back
bow.
30 feet away from Wiffles.
I am the furthest back with Ruben. I want Ruben safe.
All right.
Yes.
The pouches first or the ring first? Which one?
Ring.
The ring.
And I'm gonna cast Mage Hand, and I'm gonna command my Mage Hand to try and remove the ring from the hand of the creature, of the human.
All right, you cast Mage Hand, and you attempt to remove the ring from the creature. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
I'm trying not to move the
so
hand as much as possible.
Go ahead, and this is definitely a difficult task. You want to remove the ring without disturbing the body or anything there. This seems to me to be some kind of dexterity-based check. Definitely. Do you have a skill that you can apply to your control over your mage hand? Like maybe Arcana? Dexterity Arcana maybe sounds like the right check for this?
Right. I do not
Who's a
have
werewolf?
Arcana proficiency or anything like that.
Do you have another skill that like maybe would apply to your control of the hand here?
Technically, sleight of hand if you have it.
Those are the two that sound right.
You need to be the arcane trickster to use sleight of hand, though. Now that I think about it.
So I couldn't roll anything wisdom based to know like how not to move the body or anything.
I
of that
don't
sort,
think
is
it's
it-
a
is it-
wisdom skill. No, you're definitely. I think it's either going to be like a true test of your magical abilities, or it's going to be a test of your like dexterous handling of the magic. To me, it seems kind of like a dexterity arcana. It doesn't sound like you have another, so like let's go with that. Go ahead and give me a dexterity arcana check. If you're not trained in arcana, then no proficiency. And let's see if you can remove that ring.
Yeah. Woodfalls is gonna take a deep breath, cast guidance on himself, and gonna try and stealthily remove the ring from.
You got this. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, with a 7! No, your hand gets onto the ring and begins to pull, and the ring begins to ease off. And it catches on his like big fat knuckle that has swollen up a size too large. And then as it pulls, you pull a little bit more on it, and then you just feel the whole body like shift. And you see this organic fiber just like strum like a guitar string down the hole. And sure enough, you all feel a rumbling underneath the ground immediately as large creatures begin appearing from underneath these holes. We're gonna go. How far away were you from the hole when you cast your mage
I
hand?
was
10
40
feet?
Everyone else was 30 feet.
30
I was
feet.
30,
30 feet.
everyone else was 30. standing
Everyone
next
else
to
was
him.
30, but he has to be close, right, with his mage hand?
30
No, I
feet
have-
is the range of
30
mage
range.
hand. Everybody was at the max range of mage hand.
Everyone was together, max rage.
I was the only one apart. I was 10 feet further away.
Yeah,
All right.
I think we're all 30 feet, and then Albert's 10 feet behind.
Then
us.
from the ground, you see these large creatures erupt forth. You are not immediately next to them, so we don't have a problem with that. Let me pull everybody over to the Howling Fields map here.
Oh, fuck.
You see 3 large chitinous creatures. They look more like bugs than they do anything else. Strange mandibles dripping in some kind of like deep purplish violet liquid, viscous and disgusting. Their bodies are segmented, and all of them have these large like arms or legs. It's hard to tell which function they serve, and they chitter at you. I think it is time that we all roll initiative on this one.
Ooh, I am still. Oh, whatever. It's fine. That is a fine token.
Oh, I think I deleted somebody from the initiative. My bad. Shadow.
That was me.
Yeah, could you
rolled
just
a
re-roll and then I'll
natural
put it a 5 on it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I did it. I got the -2.
You got the
God.
-2.
Oh my.
I love it. I love it.
That is the worst possible, I think, because even with that is the worst possible initiative as an actual player character.
But we still beat the ant cakes.
Yes, you did. So Shadow, this was a 5 initially.
It was a 5.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what we're going to put it as. And so let us put this in descending order. And the first to go is, I believe, Whiffles.
Yeah, Whiffles is scared out of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
He is gonna get 30 feet away from them.
Okay, you are
No.
already 30 feet away from them.
Yeah, I'm
Now
just
you're
flipping
60
it.
feet.
Yeah, so now I'm 60 feet away from them.
All right, you run off the map. That's fine. Here, we'll just scroll
Yeah,
down
yeah.
a little bit.
And as my action, I would like to cast... No, sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna just try and provoke one of them by casting a cantrip dealing damage.
Okay, yes. What cantrip do you cast?
I will try and Sacred Flame the one on the left side.
Sacred Flame, the one on the left. All right. Do their decks match what I have in my notes? Yes. 16. You cast this flame at this large chitinous creature, and sacred fire erupts around it, but it seems that the carapace that it has leaves it largely unaffected.
Okay. I just yell out, run! That's it.
All right. That brings us to, I believe, Garrett?
Yep. I will shoot an arrow at the same one that got sacred flamed.
All right. You shoot a 21 that will strike. Your short bow punches into the hardened carapace of this creature. Purple viscous ooze just seeps out from the hole as it takes 4 piercing damage.
And then
How's it looking after that? Is there? I guess I'm just. Is there any hope of killing these things, or should we just run? I guess.
4 damage leaves it looking fairly hardy and hale.
Okay.
yeah, I'll see that damage. I'll look back and see one of our team members already running away, and I will follow suit and just run this way.
All right, you run away. Excellent. That brings us around to, excuse me, Murdoch.
All right, Murdoch is going to move again 30 feet away, I think,
Okay.
to here.
Okay.
Wait, are you a halfling?
Me? No.
Oh, I am,
Or
yeah.
who's
Sorry,
halfling?
25 feet.
I was about to say. That's what I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
worried about with our halfling.
Good point.
And I'm going to
Is-
make sure that I'm still in range of this thing. 75 feet, I think is what that was.
Yeah.
Yep, and I'm going to fire a crossbow shot at it.
All right, you fire a crossbow shot.
With an 8.
With an
Decent
8, it pings off the hardened carapace of the creatures. And now it is their turn. These creatures are going to try to eat you. They're not the brightest. They're just going to move forward and eat things, I believe. What is their movement when they're not burrowing? Just 30 feet, huh? They move up, and they Their mandibles clatch and shank, and that ends their turn. Which brings us to Albert. You see these things bearing down on you. Their large, segmented bodies just trampling over the grassland. What do you do?
I move here, and then I will take the dodge action, and I will say to the halfling, get on my back, and I'll lead the mule, and I realize that the mule is too encumbered to actually carry the halfling and be fast. But I am not. And then I will dodge in my...
What is the weight on the... Like, how much weight does it have left?
It has, like, 80 pounds.
That's
I don't
enough
know
to
how
carry
much
me
it is.
and my gear.
Okay, then you could just either jump on me or jump on the mule, and we could run for it. But I'm dodging, and I'm making my mule dodge as well.
All
Yeah,
right.
I've only got 30 pounds of gear, and my, like, I had my weight at, like, 27, so I'm only 60 pounds total.
Nice. Very good. All right. You begin dodging and preparing the halfling to run away, which brings us back around to the top. Whiffles, what do you do?
Whiffles thinks these are big bugs. He doesn't like bugs. And what eat bugs? Big birds. So he's about 30 feet away from them, so he's gonna try and make a minor illusion, like a very loud eagle sound, like a large bird just behind these creatures. He's just gonna
You
focus 30
make
feet
a
again.
large sound of an eagle. Or something. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and I can book
There
it.
it is.
All right. And then you book it.
Yeah, 30 extra feet, yeah.
Okay. That brings us to Garrett. What do you do?
Yeah. Garrett does not need to be told twice. He's going to grab the donkey, just hop on top of it, and try and ride away.
Okay. You hop on the donkey. The donkey moves 80 feet, I assume, on the donkey's turn.
It can move. It can
Oh,
only move.
you've
It's
mounted
lightly
it.
encumbered.
You've mounted it, so you are now the one that is controlling the domesticated animal. The donkey
I'm
should
just-
move on your
it
turn.
currently only got 30-foot move speed. That's all. I'm just
Okay.
informing you.
The donkey runs away 60 feet. Wah! Excellent. Very well done. Murdoch, you see your friends mounting a mighty runaway strategy. What do you do?
He's gonna follow along with that strategy. I'm gonna
Okay.
move 30 feet straight down this way. Actually, I'm gonna go a little bit off to the side. So I'll need 15 more feet of movement put on me as well.
Sure.
But I will still fire a shot at this Ankeg that's closest right here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I expect them to come right up to my paladin.
All right. You
I'm
fire
so
another
sorry.
shot. Go ahead and let it go.
16.
So you have a crossbow, don't you?
Yes.
Let me read up on the reload rules on 5e here real quick.
You can only fire. It just means you can only fire one attack per round.
One
That's
attack
literally
per
all.
round.
It just limits your attack to one per round. That's all it
Perfect.
does.
Got it. You fire your crossbow. The 16 will hit. Please give me some damage.
6 piercing damage.
6 piercing damage. Your crossbow bolt thunk, pierces through its carapace, and once more purple viscous liquid just starts oozing out onto the grasslands. And it is fine. A good turn. This leaves the Onkegs. So let's well, they're not Onkegs, but I'm using that for their token. Is their wisdom correct on this? Their wisdom is not correct on this.
Now that I've hit it twice, and I know it's not non-keg, does it look more bloodied, or does it still look very hardy?
With 10 damage, it does not look bloodied.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's it looking though? Is it like hale and fine, or I guess just how is it looking generally after 10 damage?
I mean, you've heard it. You've definitely heard it, but it is not bloodied. All right. So, we're gonna do 3d20, and I will modify them as necessary just to make these faster. So we have 2 fails. The bird cried out, "Wah!" And these 2 just dive back into their holes. We'll make them nets, I guess. They are burrowed underneath the ground, and they disappear from view. This one, however, instantly knows that's no eagle, and the three of you who have run off the screen will far outpace it unless it starts burrowing underground, which it does not do. It scuttles across the ground a little bit further, and I'm going to assume, Mr. Albert, that you are just going to also run away on your turn.
Oh, it couldn't catch up to me with 30 foot?
It's going to spit at you. But on your turn, are you staying and fighting, or are you going to be running with the rest of your party?
Well, now that there's only one, I honestly would consider staying and fighting. It depends on how fucked up
all
I
right,
get
we'll
from
just stay doing what we're doing then.
Yeah,
This
I just
thing
don't know how bad the spit is.
This thing goes, and its mandibles unfurl, and this spray of ooze catches up to you. And you are just on the edge of its range after its full movement. Please make me a DC 13 dexterity saving throw.
Oh, damn it. I am very bad at that. Well, hopefully I don't just die here. That would be very bad.
Indeed.
That would suck.
I assume.
You fail. So you are plastered with this viscous, dripping ooze, sprays all over you, and you immediately feel on all of your exposed limbs, everywhere that your armor and your gear doesn't touch, a searing pain as you take 2d10, 16 points of acid damage. Ooh.
I just died. Good game, guys. I have 12 HP. I'm down, but I'm not dead yet.
Okay, you're not dead yet. You're at -4. And so goes down Albert. Albert, it is your turn. Please make me a death saving throw. That is one success. So that brings us around to Whiffles. Whiffles, you've seen your friend Albert get sprayed with this awful liquid, whatever's inside this creature, and is immediately dropped down. What do you do?
Whiffles is just gonna yell real loud, "Fuck!" Turn around. He's gonna make it all the way up to him.
Okay.
As a bonus action, he's gonna cast Shield of Faith, getting +2 AC. And
Okay.
as an action, he's gonna be dodging. And that's pretty much it.
Did you have enough movement there? Because you were 15 feet off the map.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then-
gonna try and get...
You were 15 feet off the map, so this would be
Make it
20,
this-
25, 30.
Unless he has higher than 30 move speed.
In that case, as an action, I dash all the way here.
Okay.
I to shield him from the creature, and I cast Shield of Faith as a bonus action.
Perfect. All right, that sounds like a much better combination of moves. That brings us back around to Garrett. Garrett, Whiffles has raced past you. You're on this donkey. You're probably 40 feet off the map because your donkey just moved 60 feet last turn. What do you do?
We're gonna have to stop the donkey. I'm gonna stay on the donkey for the first shot, so that I can see him over the grass.
Oh no! You
can't
fire
get purchase on the donkey.
exactly that.
Yeah, maybe I just fall off the donkey, and and I'll spend my 25 movement running back.
All right, excellent. So you're 15 feet off the map now.
15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. That will bring us all the way to Murdoch. You've seen Whiffles race back to protect your now fallen enemy. What do you do? Or fallen friend?
I will turn around and I will yell, "Keep it busy. I'll get Albert." And then I will move immediately back my 15 plus 15 more to probably this spot right here.
Okay.
And then I will ready a crossbow shot for the moment this thing closes with Whiffles.
All right, you ready your crossbow shot? And it is Onkeg's turn, and that is exactly what this thing does. It scuttles forward, coming up with its mandibles spread wide, right up to Whiffles. Go ahead and take your shot.
Shoot.
With a 20, very nice.
And I am a rogue, so within 5 feet of my ally, that should proc my sneak attack, and I
It
will
does.
do
Nice.
Whoa!
Oh
With 15. Hold on, I have to do math now. 10 and 15 is 25. My friend, this thing is alive at 1 HP.
Aw.
You don't have a sneaky damage hanging out somewhere.
I most certainly do not.
No?
I'm still alive.
All right, you shoot this thing right in like its exposed kind of like a maw, and just like goop just comes out, splatters on the ground right in front of Whiffles, but it is still moving, and it will attempt to bite down with its large mandible on Whiffles. This will be at +4. With a 13 to hit you. I don't think that'll do it with Shield of Faith up.
I have 20 AC. No way.
That definitely
Nice.
won't do it. All right, it tries like bite on you, but between the wound and its mouth, its mandible isn't working right, and you've got your like holy shield pressed up against it. It cannot bite you. Which brings us back to Albert. Please give me a death saving throw.
I was 100% sure you guys are just gonna let me die, but I might actually live here.
No way.
That is a second
dies on God's
pass. Very good.
Never do that.
Whiffles, this giant bug is on you and trying to bite you. What do you do?
Whiffles is scared like straight. He doesn't understand that this creature is even at 1 HP, and he's just gonna try and bonk him, try and kill him with his warhammer.
All right.
As I'm gonna just do like an overhead with one hand and like bonk, try and
Perfect. With an 11, unfortunately, the carapace of the creature is too thick, and even though you bonk it, your weapon just kind of glances off the armor of the creature.
And then you can see like my warhammer getting like another hit. Like I tried to hit it from top to bottom, I missed, and then I just lift my hand back up from bottom to top as I hit it for 22.
All right. You're a war cleric, right? So you're expending your...
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. The 22 does hit, and as such, your, like, second swing just bludgeons the head off of the creature entirely. Just... a spray of viscous fluid just splatters across the grass behind you, and it lies dead on the ground. Garrett, you are on the mule, or no, you are off the mule, rushing through the grass. The creature is dead, but your new friend is still bleeding out. What do you do?
I'm gonna run the 25 feet that I get, so I'll probably end up here. And
Okay.
Can I
I'm
say
gonna
something to him as he runs over?
Yep.
I will say, let me get him. Watch out for others.
Yeah. Garrett's readying a bow shot.
All
His,
right.
His stabilization check is not good. It's a 50-50 chance, so just
All
better
right.
not to.
All right, you ready your bow shot, prepared for other threats. And that brings us to Murdoch.
Good. Murdoch will run over to Albert, and then Murdoch is a healer. He will pull out his healer's kit, and with the healer feat, I'm going to try to restore 1d4 plus 4 hit points plus 1 hit point for his level, using a charge of my healer's kit.
You do that. You use a charge of your healer's kit. You find the right salves to press up against the like burning kind of acid wounds.
I believe that.
Oh.
Sorry, I believe because he's unconscious and bleeding out, he only restores 1 hit point.
You can pick when you have the healer feat.
Oh.
You can either pick to not use a charge and just restore to 1, or you can use a charge, which is once per short rest, and you instantly just heal that amount.
Oh,
Yep.
all right, never mind.
And so you use a charge of your healer's kit, and you heal for 8 HP, Albert. Your
And back up.
yeah, your eyes spring wide, and you feel the cool compress of the herbs and salves inside the healing kit on your skin, and you can breathe easy once again. And the grasslands remain silent with this defeated creature in front of you. What do you do?
I gasp, sit up, and then I just take my longsword and go stab it in the back of the neck to make sure it's fucking dead, because acid spray is scary.
You give it an extra stabbing and it is dead. So, for now, we are out of combat. The scene
Round two,
is
guys.
the scene is as such. The four of you are standing about 60 feet away from these holes. You've scared two of the large bug-like creatures down into them somewhere. Next to these holes are these dead bodies that have some amount of treasure upon them, but are still connected with that whatever that strange tendril is. And you've slain one of the three. What do you do now, right? As you have a moment to collect yourselves and make a plan. What's the party to do?
Albert looks at the group and just says, I do not know if we should fight the other two. One acid spray from that thing knocked me right out, so either we fully invest and we go all in and then we go find a spot to hide after we fight them, or we keep going and we just ignore this.
I would say maybe go get your mule. And then I want to look over at the bodies, Greg. I know that there were tendrils out that led into those holes.
Mm-hmm.
But now that they popped out of those holes and start coming after us, are those tendrils still there?
You give a look, and knowing what to look for, you still see the tendrils attached to the bodies. Yes, even in fact towards the hole where one of the creatures is not. The tendrils still go down it, right? So the one that lays dead, we'll call in the far left hole. The far left hole still has the attached tendrils to each of the bodies.
I'll say, well, the one that was watching the left hole is dead. We could sneak up and maybe take something off those bodies, or we could back up and move on with our journey.
I think each body has tendrils going into each hole, so...
If you're willing to try and sneak up and get that fucking ring, it's on you. I'm moving even further back. I'm not risking myself again. That I almost died there, so I tried to be heroic. That was scary.
The
Thank
body
you all.
with the ring. Yeah, the body with the ring. Was it on the left hole or which one?
So to reaffirm, from each of the three holes are 4 tendrils, one that attaches to each of the bodies. So from the left hole there are 4 tendrils, from the middle hole there are 4 tendrils, and from the right hole there are 4 tendrils, for a total of 12.
So it's like every hole is connected to every body.
Correct.
After Garrett explains that, I think I will take a second, look at it, and then nod and slowly move back with Albert. Motion for everybody to come back as well. I don't feel this is worth our lives.
Yeah,
That
Garrett's
ring
not
looks
risking it.
pretty valuable, though. I honestly, if any of you think you're good enough to just sneak up, take it, and run, and you're fast enough, do it. Otherwise, let's get the hell out of here. I don't want to fight.
What I think what we could try to do again is I could be 30 feet away. I could try to use Mage Hand and get it again, while you guys stand 100 feet away, and I just book it while you pepper them with arrows if anything bad happens. I could give it another shot and try to get at least the ring. Screw the coin pouches, but the ring does look valuable.
I want that ring, if possible. It could even help with the monastery. But
You'll be the one
only if
closest
you're
to danger,
confident
it's up to
can
you.
do it.
I'm willing to do this. If you guys stand 100 feet away, I try to Mage Hand it again, and I just run.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
All right. I'm not going to set up 100 feet away. I'm going to set up maybe 60 feet away from Whiffles, and I'd like to find some place to hide, even if it's down in the grass, even if it's getting low, so that I can maybe get off a shot without being seen if something starts coming after him. But I want to be about 60 feet away from him in case I have to go save him.
Reuben will stand 60 feet away, javelin ready, and he'll chuck a javelin at max range if they come out of the ground.
Okay.
with Ruben standing next. Not Ruben. Albert stands 60 feet away. With
So
Ruben.
Garrett, I guess, do you stand 60 feet away with the rest of the party, or do you go the full 100 as was originally
I'm gonna be-
suggested?
I'll be 80 feet. That's max short range for bow.
Okay.
And I will be on top of the donkey.
80, 60,
Again.
60, and Whiffles. All right, Whiffles. You approach the holes. You're 30 feet away from them, and you begin casting Mage Hand. You once again are attempting to use your hand to pull this ring off without disturbing the bodies. I think go ahead and give me another Dexterity Arcana check.
Sure. So Whiffles is once again going to take a deep breath, cast guidance on himself to
Okay.
alleviate the stress, and then he's going to try and get it.
Ooh.
Well,
Your guidance is a 12, and the DC to beat was 13. Very close.
There we go.
And so once again, you are pulling on this ring, and you just shift the body at the last moment as the ring this time pops off the hand. But as it does so, the creatures begin erupting back out of the ground in front of you.
If he books it, will he still be able to have the ring, like in the mage hand running behind him? If he books it,
The mage hand can travel at a pace, right?
I believe so. Let me double check the distance.
The mage hand can move up to 30 feet. So does it have
Yeah,
to
so
stay within a distance of you?
30
The hand
feet,
vanishes
so
if it's ever more than
further away.
30 feet away from you. So he could only ever move 30 feet at a time if he was going to bring the hand with him. But as this happens, the creatures erupt out. I believe that the three of you were prepared for this moment and have actions ready to go. So as the two creatures come back out of the ground, go ahead and hit me with some attack rolls.
Now, as I made my action, I also said I would like to try to find a hidden spot so I could maybe have a surprise shot against it. Am I able to find a spot? To
Go
hide,
ahead
or
and give
are they
me
aware of it?
a dexterity stealth check against their passive perception, and we'll find out.
Okay.
You do indeed. Go ahead and take advantage.
All right.
Big numbers, come on. Nice.
All right.
With advantage, do I proc sneak attack then?
Yes.
You do.
Yes, you proc
Alright.
sneak attack. All right, you deal 13 points of damage as a javelin flies in and bounces off the carapace, and a short bow pierces it, and a light crossbow fires right into a weak point. Ooze starts spraying out of them, and let's set up your characters. So let's just move these things back a little bit. We'll move them up to like the very top here, and we'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then we'll have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This is going to be Ruben and Murdoch. You're in the grass because you chilling and hiding. I guess you're one more square back. And then 20 feet behind that, 5, 10, 15, 20. Blah. All right.
Could I have set up on the other side, knowing these things spit in a line? I don't want to be lined up with my party members.
Sure. Put yourself on the other
here?
side. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So, let's have everyone roll. Do you want to keep the initiative you already had from the previous battle, or do you want to roll new?
I want to keep it, but
I'm fine with either.
I heard a vote for keep. I'm willing to keep it.
We're keeping.
All right, we're keeping. So Whiffles, you're the first to move. You have seen these creatures erupt out of the ground. Your mage hand holds the ring, but the creatures are active. What do you do?
So Whiffles is gonna look towards the party. He's gonna pull back 30 feet and he is gonna try and cast a cantrip at the fella that just took some damage from a bow.
All right, you move back 30 feet, and as your action, you cast a damaging cantrip.
He also moves his mage hand with him, I assume. 30
The
feet.
mage hand requires an action to move with him.
No, I absolutely dropped the item on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I will cast Sacred Flame again.
All right, you cast the Sacred Flame. I believe we determined that their dexterity was appropriate, so I will just roll it from their character sheet. 13, they pass. Once again, your sacred fires erupt around this creature, but its hardened carapace just shields it from your flames. Excellent. That brings us to Garrett. You're 80 feet back in the grass as you see these creatures once again pop up. What do you do?
Another short bow shot.
Okay.
Is that a hit?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, the 17 is a hit. For 6 more piercing on the creature that was most damaged. You can tell that this one is quite wounded. It is oozing out this awful pus from multiple wounds, and just looks haggard. Excellent. Any movement?
Oh, good. Nah.
No. All right. And that brings us to Murdoch.
Murdoch is going to slide back a little bit to here, and then he is going to shoot once more at the most wounded creature.
Absolutely. With a 9.
I miss.
No, you miss. It bounces off the carapace of the creature. All right, that brings us to the creatures. Let me see what these things do. You guys have moved very far away from them, and they are getting peppered. They are going to make a wisdom save. Huh?
I'm good.
Oh, I thought somebody asked a question. Okay, never mind. They are going to make a wisdom save to see if they run away. And they do not. An 11, they want to fight. So, this one is going to move twice. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And this one will go 5, 10,
hello there.
15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20. All right, they've closed with you, and it is now Albert's turn. These creatures have just gone into full scurry mode. Their feet tearing up the plains in front of you, throwing clods of dirt and grass everywhere, and now they loom over you with their terrifying mandibles. What do you do?
Albert looks at both of them, analyzes which one is the more wounded and peppered with arrow one, and just says, "Fuck you, insect!" and then just smashes it.
All right, with a 12, unfortunately, your longsword strike is repelled by the carapace of the creature. It is just too thick for that strike.
I will, I'm not going to back up. I'll let the other people, I'll just say, "Fucking kill it! Kill it!" and then I'll end my turn.
All right.
Hopefully you all manage to kill one before they kill me.
Whiffles! It is your turn. These creatures have charged up upon you. What do you do?
Right. Sorry, are we doing flanking rules or no?
No, I won't give advantage for flanking because I find it to be an exercise in, like, everyone let's make a Congo line, and I think we lose kind of track of the narrative fiction. But if you would like to try to investigate the narrative for some reason why you might have advantage, I'm willing to engage in that, but flanking won't give it to you.
So these creatures, are they like standing on 4 legs or like on 2 legs, and then they have the mandibles
They
in the air?
have... I don't think I wrote how many legs they have. Let's decide how many legs they have. They have more than 4 legs. They have many, many appendages. I'm going to say they have at least as many appendages as a spider, but probably more. But fewer appendages than a millipede or a centipede.
As Whiffle's gonna step like in this area around and like trying to get his back, maybe, you know, where there's not enough kites or something, maybe his back is not covered, he is gonna try and put his hand on the back of this creature and try to inflict some wounds on it.
Ooh, you attempt to inflict wounds. You place your hand on the creature's carapace, and you feel your withering magic seep in, but the carapace itself, while it splits and cracks, does not seem to impart any damage to the creature itself.
Yes.
All right.
And I don't believe I have anything else I can do. So.
Okay. Excellent. Garrett, you've seen these creatures jump up on your friends. What do you do?
Gonna try and finish off the wounded one.
All right.
Oh, no.
Oh, your short bow once again cannot find purchase through their chitinous armor.
Come on, please kill it. somebody roll good, please. At least kill one.
Murdoch, you hear your ally begging profusely for you to kill this thing. What do you do?
Sorry, I will maneuver just over here this way as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know if you were done with your turn. Apologies.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. Murdoch, you hear your friend just pleading that you kill this thing before it gets to kill him. What do you do?
I'm going to try to answer his plea. I'll just shift down a little bit to right here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to fire another crossbow shot at the injured one.
All right.
Please, all good. Oh my god, thank God.
A 16,
Thank
that
you.
will hit. Please
And I'm
roll
gonna sneak it back.
damage.
That's
Yes, you slay it. The bolt finds a weakened point. You see where like the chitinous like scales like are joining together, and one of them has been cracked and grayed by the inflicted wounds. Your bolt just finds that weak point and just pierces the creature, and it dies in a spray of goo just all over Murdoch. Excuse me, all over Whiffles. But it is dead. Which brings us to this creature here, and it only has one target it can attack, and it will, with its mighty jaws, d20 plus 4, I believe. No, it is unable to sink its mandibles into you, Albert, and it is going to just shift around you to line you two up. Albert, it's your turn. This creature is like maneuvering around you, biting at you, but unable to sink its teeth. What do you do?
I, realizing what it's doing, will move around it at 5, 10, 15, 20, and then say, "Fucking fight me, you son of a bitch!" And I'll then I'll just try and stab it again.
All right.
I want to prevent it from acid spraying multiple party members and
Okay.
just bite me. No acid spray, only bite, please.
Only bite, please. Your 12 unfortunately does not hit the creature still.
Okay,
And
I will end my turn. That's all I can do.
Excellent. Whiffles, you're standing over the dead creature as Ruben kites around the remaining one. What do you do?
So what Whiffles is gonna do is he's just gonna go ham. I mean, he's not trying to as much deal damage as he's trying to break the shield for his party, as he has been useless so far, not doing any damage. And he is gonna use both of his bludgeoning attacks trying to pry open this creature's flesh.
Okay. You hit with the first strike. Unfortunately, your second one is unable to land a material blow. But go ahead and roll me damage for the first one. 7 bludgeoning. Excellent. The creature is turned and slightly distracted, and you find an opening. Just pound in one of its many legs. You see it just break and crumble in a spray of goo on the grass. Excellent.
Beautiful.
Garrett, you see your party surrounding the last creature. What do you do?
Last one. Hopefully the last bow shot.
A 20, that will hit. For
9
9 more points of damage, bloodying the creature. You can see just it oozes everywhere. It is looking very much worse for wear at this point.
That's it.
All right. Murdoch, you see this creature wearing down as your party just bangs on it. What do you do?
He will reposition slightly, moving back, loading up his crossbow, and fire once again.
All right. The 13 hits.
Ooh, wonderful. We will deal 9 more damage.
9 more damage, and so you do, once again slaying the creature in a spray of its own fluids, and it dies, leaving you 3 all alone in the plains.
Holy shit, we did it!
That was scary.
I thought I was gonna die like 3 times there. Holy shit.
Oh, same here. I thought you were gonna die like 5 times. Yeah.
Well,
I think Doc will walk up to Albert and kind of check the bandage around his wounds, make sure everything's going ahead. Okay.
You double check Albert's wounds and make sure that he's looking okay. And sure enough, you do. Shore him up and get the bandages tightened back up and make sure that everything's good. And he's
Albert
fine.
will just touch himself and heal his remaining wounds now that the fighting is over. And he's now at full HP. He's fully healed from the acid.
All right. Excellent.
And then we go loot all of the stuff from the bodies, I would like to make a religion check to try and figure out what religion these people followed and lay them to rest by like whatever religion they follow, and I'll just start a fire and burn the bodies.
Okay,
And
absolutely.
say the correct words every time.
You say some rites over the bodies and attempt to make sure that their passage to the afterlife is a good one and burn them up. The treasure that they had on them, which one of you would like to roll for a mount here? They have a minimum of 50 and a maximum of 100 coins. Roll me a 1d50.
I will do it because I've been rolling awful and I feel good now. 1d50, you said?
1d50. All right,
that's
there
really
are 79 gold coins on in the various pouches that you can.
I will mark this on the mule sheet because we'll split it at the end.
Excellent.
Yeah.
There you are able to get the silver ring with the image of a ram upon it. And there's also, you just want to track the equipment. We'll say that there is 100 pounds of equipment of various types, weapons, armor, whatever, on the adventurers that are dead. And that 100 pounds will net you an additional 50 gold pieces.
Question.
Carry that.
Is any of it better than chainmail? Like, if any of them have, like, scale mail? Not instantly wearable, but if I were to take it back.
The equipment is degraded enough that it's really only valuable as, like, scrap, as the material itself. Even if you were to wear it as functioning armor, it would be worse than whatever that you wear now.
Okay, good to know. Just thought I would ask.
As I examine the dead bodies of these things, am I able to recover anything from them? First of all, I'd like to look and see if there's any crossbow bolts that are left. And second of all, do they have anything interesting that I might try to take off them?
When you say anything interesting, what are you looking for? What is it that can catch Murdoch's eye?
Murdoch would instantly think about, man, these things are acidic, and maybe if I could get like a gland, like an acid gland, it might be worthwhile. But while I think I could probably cut it out of there, I don't have any way to store it. So I think he'll think about that for a second, debate it, and then squash that idea.
Murdoch, Murdoch.
See if there's any crossbow bolts left.
Doc,
Yes?
why don't you get me a mandible, make a drinking horn out of it? You know, put meat inside.
If you're gonna loot anything, try and get any of you who are good at skinning should try and get the scales. They can probably make good armor.
Are these creatures scaly, right?
Or the carapace, the
The plate.
insect flesh.
It's like
I'm
it's like an
not-
insected plating is how it was described.
It's called in reality it's called like chitin, and it's actually people have theorized giant ones would be really cool for armor, and like material. It's like the highest density material in the natural world for like armor plating. But it's cool.
Murdoch
I feel
will.
like it
Go
could be
ahead.
really heavy. Do we have enough space
Is it
on the mule to like
chitin
carry
or
metal?
chitin? I've always said
I-
chitin.
I think it's
Chitin,
chitin, and then it's chitinous appendages. Chitinous is like a different word. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
I actually have no idea.
Fair enough. You can definitely clear out a mandible if you would like. As far as crossbow bolts, did you track how many you fired?
Yes, I fired 6.
You fired 6.
No.
Okay.
Now, a lot of them hit, and these things have been spewing mucus and acid, so I know that I missed 2. Did the ones I fired end up being rated?
So you can recover. You can only recover 1 of your 6 shots.
I had the same thing with arrows. 6 fired, 2 missed.
You can recover all but 1 of your arrows.
Nice.
Nice.
Probably that nat 1 that I lost.
Probably, yeah. It's just gone somewhere.
It's gone.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be. I can carry like 100 pounds of shit, so I'm picking up a bunch of stuff off the mule and putting it in my bag. We have 100 pounds we can carry, just so you all know.
Okay.
So you are going to spend some time to try to make a mead horn out of the mandible of the creature.
I think we'll try to cut the mandible off, and he can spend time doing what he wants to make a mead horn later.
Okay, so
And then
you
I
find
think
one
we're-
that's intact, and you can just lop it off. That's not a difficult task.
Okay. Were we trying to get some of the plates?
How
I'll
heavy
happily
would
try.
how heavy would be like the back plate, or like enough for 1 armor or something?
If you were to able to successfully skin the creature, if you were to field dress it and take away the plates, then the weight of these, I don't think I gave them a weight. Let me see if I can find I did not expect you to skin giant bugs for armor. My fault. I definitely should have known better.
Okay. Do
Let
you
me
want us to
pull
try and make the
open
check
my
and-
creature loot binder.
Do you want us to try and make the check so if we fail, you don't have to worry about it, and you can just tell us later when we get back? Or
Sure, that works for me. What I'll have you do is I'll have you. Does anyone have training in a skill that they can bring to bear to pull these plates off? That's the first question.
well, Murdoch is expert in survival and has lived out in the wilderness for quite a while, and he's got a couple of handy daggers he can use to carve stuff up.
Okay.
That's about what he can offer.
Okay.
Not proficient in nature though, so I don't know what. I guess he's lived off the land and skinned animals before. I don't think he's ever found any giant bugs, so I don't know if he has any knowledge of.
So I
Their
think that
anatomy,
that's
how
a
to-
reasonable skill that you can bring to bear, right? Just your survivor knowledge. So skinning the creatures and doing it well so that you have usable pieces seems like a dexterity skill to me. It seems like what we would be testing here. So why don't we have
Okay.
you roll dexterity survival?
Garrett
Yep.
has expertise in sleight of hand, so maybe he could help out with.
Sure, yeah, maybe your
the more finessey parts.
yeah, maybe your dexterous hands play a role here and can help through very difficult, precise movements. I'll let you roll an advantage then for Garrett's help.
And Whitfuls would like to stand behind him, just issuing commands with his guidance.
Sure, your guidance spell. Yes, so roll an advantage and then plus guidance is a fair game.
All right, so 2d20, drop 1. I have a 4 dexterity mod, and I have 4 in survival because I have expertise in it. So
Excellent.
That's a 22 before the guidance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a 26.
26. You
Oh,
expertly carve up the creatures, and you are able to turn all 3 of them into a full set of hides. So the weight of everything is going to be 100 pounds of hide for each creature. So you have 300 pounds of chitinous hide, and it is in perfect condition to be crafted into something.
You said 300 pounds?
Yes, he was able to get every available pound of hide from each of them.
I think we're all going to be lightly encumbered then. I can carry it, but you're all going to need to take your rations back. Sorry.
I
Is
mean,
this a case where we might be able to find a place to bury it and get it if we survive?
I would rather bury the 100 pounds of equipment and the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather ditch the 100 pounds of equipment. and
I'm
take the
dumping
hide.
the 100 pounds of equipment. we don't need that, and I'm dumping. And let's see. I can carry 100 pounds. Willing to be encumbered. Sorry, I'm just doing some math. Give me a second to do encumbrance math.
Yeah,
If I
I'm at-
collect like my rations and my backpack off the
I was about to
donkey,
say, Shadow,
will
can
be
you take
at
your
5K.
your gear back?
I can. It will make me lightly encumbered.
You can't. Okay. What does? Let me calculate my own encumbrance.
I'm at 29.5 out of 30 pounds. So,
Oh my god! Why is everybody low strength for me? Okay, this
Ah.
is sorry. Encumbrance math was not what I was expecting.
I think while he's doing some encumbrance math, Murdoch will pull everybody around and will say, well, that was pretty hairy. And so just in case if I'm the one to go down next time, he'll pull out his healer's kit and he'll pull out a bandage and be like, see, this one right here, this big fat part right over the wound. And then over here on this edge, this sap that's on the edge of the bandage, just spit on it. And then just wrap it in there and then tie it up really tight. And just press in for a second. And they should be okay. Or I should be okay.
All right.
Garrett nods along enthusiastically.
He's like,
Alright.
my right hip.
Yeah,
Are you
where it
able
is.
to separate your healer's kit in like different doses and give like everyone one dose each so we can just like use it just in case?
I don't
I
think
don't need
that's
it because
how
I've got
works.
healing hands.
Yeah.
So either we can all be lightly encumbered because the mule is going to be slowed down anyway, or we can bury the chitin and get it on our way back. Either or.
I vote
Make-
for. I mean, can I ask a question, Greg? How far have we been traveling today? What kind of day is it?
You traveled most of the day. So the first 18 miles or so of the day went unmolested, and you were not long into your trek through the Howling Fields when you came across this. And you've probably only really been like fighting and exploring here for probably a half hour, 20 minutes tops.
We probably don't want to stock up on loot now because we might be
I
getting
think we
more
bury
things
it.
along the way.
I think I will recommend we bury it, and I will look around for a notable landmark. Is there like a giant rock or something, Greg, we could bury it by where we will 100% find it unless we die or go a different route back?
High or low, baby?
Hi.
I heard high. No.
Yeah, hi.
No, it was lows. The landmarks here, are not so distinct that you feel comfortable that you would be able to immediately recognize them on your way back.
I will trust somebody in the group with better skills in this to find a place to bury it then.
Why don't we just drop off the adventurer's equipment, take as much Ankek stuff as we can without being encumbered, and just leave everything else? Up to chance. We bury what we can, but if we don't find it, we just don't find it.
Yeah, that's fine. We can just leave it behind.
I mean, there's the
I
other
would
option
really like to
of
bring this
traveling
back,
a
though.
little bit slower today, encumbered, until we find a landmark.
Sure. Yeah, that works. Yeah.
All right.
do that.
So,
I think, yep. Our next effort is going to be grab everything, carry it. We'll all be a little encumbered, and we will continue moving. I think now probably straight north
okay.
from where we're at, and we are looking for the first notable landmark we can find where we might be able to dump this stuff off.
All right. So you as a party continue adventuring onward, and you're looking for landmarks. Whoever has the highest perception, go ahead and give me a perception check at advantage. We'll say that your entire party is assisting you in finding it, and we'll see if you can find yourself a good landmark.
Mine's a 2.
Plus
Mine
4.
5.
I have +1.
Mine
5.
is best. Yeah.
Yep.
All right,
for it.
go ahead and give us that perception roll at advantage. Sure enough, after some amount of traveling, you find what must have been a tree struck by lightning. The tree itself is split in twain, and there are jagged marks along the ground of black and dark ground, or you can see the spread of the lightning. And it is kind of an obvious enough location that you think that even if you were passing within, some 100 feet or maybe a mile of this place. If you were looking for it, you could find it.
All right.
All right, I think we will use whatever tools we could find to haphazardly and crudely bury this at the base of that tree.
All right, and I think that will go ahead and take the rest of your day worth of travel, as you spent a slower time searching for this tree. You find it, you bury it. By the time you're done, it is about time to set up camp for the day. So what I will have you all do is go ahead and roll me foraging checks at the end of the day. The most of the day was spent traveling through pasture land, so the DC check on these foraging rolls will be DC 10. I'll ask for wisdom survival unless you have other skills that you'd like to bring to bear to find your food.
So were we traveling at slow or normal, because we spent the last half of the day traveling slowly?
You are going to check at a slow pace because you spent the last half of the day going slowly.
We just roll a normal roll?
So you'll have a normal foraging roll, yes.
Okay. Well, half succeeded.
Yeah, so Whiffles and Murdoch, you are able to find a nice water and good rations for the day, along with a place to graze for the mule. So those are solved. But Albert and Garrett, you were unable to find food for the day, so I'm going to need you to each mark 2 pounds of rations off.
Take that off the
I
mule.
will give my mule 10 pounds of feed, because
The
I
mule
have it and it-
was solved for the day by the survival check.
I still want to give him 10 pounds of food to make it lighter. Okay.
Even if we gotta dump the feet on the ground.
All right.
I
We're
will
force
dump the
feeding the
food
mule.
on the
We're gonna
ground.
get like mule foie gras soon. That sounds good.
We eat 2 rations. We're down 14 pounds. We are 14 pounds lighter. Very happy.
Nice.
We buried all the treasure we got before, right? So we should be going fast again.
No, we're still just at normal speed. It's just we were going
Yeah.
slow a little bit there. It's fine.
All right. So you begin to make camp for the night. While I roll to see if you have an encounter, why don't you tell me what camp is like here after your first day's adventure through the mist? What are you guys doing as you get ready for the night?
Whiffles is apologizing for like hours on end to the paladin, saying like it's my fault that you got downed, because it was my fault that I woke up the beasts. But it worked out, so I hope you can forgive me.
I think Albert is also apologizing for being an idiot, and it's basically an argument over whose fault it was the entire night.
Beautiful.
Garrett is going to be approaching Doc, and he wants to poke through the medkit a bit more, and just like look at things, see what they do, and just like chat with him.
Oh yeah, Doc will absolutely show you the med kit. He's pulling stuff out. He's maybe like looking around for some herbs in the area, maybe some sap from a tree, kind of like readjusting and be like, in this bandage, right, I'm going to take this herb here and we're going to grind it in a little bit and then a little bit of spit, and that will help it kind of stick in the middle, and then we're going to dribble a little bit of sap over that so when it hits the wound, it kind of suctions in, kind of stays there. Stops the bleeding. The bleeding is what you got to watch out for. If it keeps bleeding, then you're going to have problems. As long as you can stop that bleeding, we can fix stuff later.
Cool.
Garrett, sorry. Doc, there's a herbalist kit in my backpack on the donkey if you need it.
Amazing. I think I'm good now, but I'll hit you up later.
Alright.
Okay. So, your night is going rather peacefully. And it is Garrett this time, who on your watch, what are you doing during your watch specifically now that your 3 companions have gone to sleep? How do you spend your time at watch?
He will spend a decent portion of the watch actually watching and keeping an eye out, just looking around. And then in the other times, he's probably just fiddling around with pebbles that he holds in his pockets.
All right.
He likes to keep things just randomly.
As you're keeping an eye out and watching and fiddling with some pebbles in your hands and in your pockets, you hear some distance from your camp, but still within earshot, the like growl of something, like clearly angered, and then in response another kind of like wild sound, almost like a hiss of something almost feline, and you hear the sounds of like what must be a fight in the grasslands, in the dark when you can't see some distance from your camp, but you hear this, and it is loud and like ferocious sounding. Like, it gives you the impression of like the tangle of these like large beasts, and it is not loud enough that it is waking up your companions, but loud enough that it immediately catches your attention, and you can tell like there's something happening out there. What do you do?
Yeah. Garrett is immediately going to put his pebbles away and get close to the ground and just sort of like instinctively stealth as much as he can and just stay silent and see if they come closer.
All right. You go down low on stealth, and you listen to this kind of like fight happening. They don't seem to be coming closer, although the like sounds of the fight echo for some minutes, until eventually you hear like another great growl, and then the sound of a creature yelping in immense pain. Like you just feel the pain like resonate in your core as you hear the sound, and then this like cry of a creature like braying. You get the distinct impression that something is very dead out there, but the sounds don't get any closer.
Yeah, he's not gonna wake everyone up unless something starts moving towards us, so he's just staying silent, not moving.
All right. The victor of whatever was going on out there seems to give you a camp berth, and the rest of your watch goes uneventfully, albeit probably tenser for the effort. And with that, the rest of the night passes. The four of you wake up and have completed a night's rest in the wilds. Excuse me. So you can go ahead and expend any number of hit dice that you have remaining in your pool to recover HP. And you recover any powers or class features tied to a long rest per the PHB. After you've done all that, you can recover up to 1/2 of your total hit die rounded up to spend in the next day.
I believe we're all full.
I think so.
Yep.
All right, excellent. So you are topped off and are ready to go for the next day. Navigator, what is your pace or your intended route for the day and the pace you wish to go?
Our intended route is going to be due north, and our intended pace is normal.
Alrighty. Go ahead and give me a navigation check for your day's worth of travel. You are now in the Howling Fields, but the navigation difficulty does not change. It is still DC 10. You're going at a normal pace with the advantage for survival or for a wanderer. So yeah, you definitely know what you're doing, and you head out immediately due north very confidently, leading the way through the flowing grassy plains. Tell me, what is it like for the four of you during this day's march? How do you spend it?
I think Doc is still out in the front, leading the way. Not talking a whole lot as we went through after the last encounter. It shook him a little bit. He hasn't fought anything like that before, so he's trying to be a little bit more silent and a little bit more cautious as he goes forward.
Okay.
I think Whiffles doesn't understand the idea of being quiet and friendly, so he's just trying to make like small talk as much as he can, but to no avail, I guess.
All right.
Eric will definitely make small talk with you.
Yeah. I think Albert's a little also more reserved, but he's like also still very loud, very talkative. He's much more like worried and glancing around and watching out for danger, but he's not quiet. He's almost covering for the fact by being loud and boisterous and confident.
All right.
So, yeah.
Small talk, boisterous and confident though it may be, carries on for about a half day's worth of journey, and you come across a strange shrine in the middle of the fields. It seems that some few hundred feet away from you, in the middle of this grassy field, there's a stone shrine that has a featureless man embossed upon it.
As a cleric, would I know anything about it? Like
You begin searching through your religious training, and you do not recognize it as any religious figure or impression of a god that you have known in the lands to the south.
Is it a historical figure of any kind that is recognizable?
You rack your brain and believe it to not be.
Okay.
What you see is, I guess, a featureless person, right? On top of a pedestal, their legs crossed, and their hands cupped in front of them in kind of like the beggar's pose. But the clothes they wear and the features that could have been on their hands and their face is just blank and featureless. So this is not a piece of iconography that you're familiar with, nor a depiction of a historical figure.
Okay.
Garrett
Good to
will
know.
walk up and just have a look to see if anything's written on the pedestal.
Sure. The pedestal itself is aged and worn with the ravages of time, but you can see written in chalk upon the edge of the pedestal, in a kind of like cramped and unlearned hand, is the phrase "no blood, no gold," and then the word "gold" is crossed out and "gemstones" is written hastily above it.
Yeah, Garrett will look back and say, oh, I think I heard about this one from the boys in the tavern. It takes offerings, but they don't know what it is or what it takes.
Huh. Interesting.
I think Doc will walk around the statue, looking around. I know that the base looked all worn and degraded, but I'll walk around the statue and see if I find any markings around the backside of it, any kind of runes or anything else that would give any kind of a hint as to maybe its creator or anything about the function of the statue.
The base itself is worn and cracked and pocked and marked with time. Moss and like small fungus grows upon it. But as you peer on it, other than what is written in chalk, the base itself appears to have been featureless, much like the statue itself atop of it. You don't see any runes or writing or symbology. The base itself seemed to have been just a blank stone.
Unless you guys want to try and give it anything, we can just move on.
I think we should just move on. Let's get to the monastery.
What if
While
we
they're
put-
inspecting the statue, Whipples would speak with the paladin once he's steps back from the shrine, and he's like, "Well, the ring we got from the Yankees, have you been fiddling with it? Do you feel anything?"
I haven't tried it. I'll try it on now, I guess, while they're looking at that thing. And I'll pull it out of my bag and I'll put
Yeah.
on the ring.
You put on the ring. I think that's all you have to do to identify rings. So yeah, you have put on your finger a ring of the ram. And I guess I will find you a description of it if you don't have one already, because memorizing magic items is not what we all do.
I have no idea what this item is.
So
honestly.
the ring of the ram, and this particular one is a silver band with an embossed image of a ram's head on the top. It has a number of charges that can be expended. There are 3, and it regains 1d3 charges at dawn each day. currently, it has 2 charges inside of the ring. While wearing the ring, you can use your action to expend one of its 3 charges to attack a creature you can see within 60 feet of you. The ring produces a spectral ram's head and makes its attack roll with a +7 bonus. On a hit, for each charge you spend, the target takes 2d10 force damage and is pushed 5 feet away from you. You can also use the ring to try to break an object. There's rules for that too. You can expend charges as an action to try to break an object that isn't being worn or carried. The ring makes a strength check with a +5 bonus for each charge spent.
After trying it on and figuring out what it does, Albert will just speak up and say, well, one of you should probably take this. It's not super duper useful for me because I like smashing things up close, and this is good for pushing people away.
I guess the rogues, like mechanically speaking, do you guys have the ability to bonus action disengage yet, or?
No.
That's level 2.
Level 2, yeah.
That's level 2. Yeah, so it's probably best on the rogue for now.
I think Garrett should take it.
Sure, Garrett will
because
take it.
his job in combat will be always trying to deal as much damage as possible. I have other uses for my combat abilities at time to time.
Yep. I
Well,
trust
there-
Garrett to have it. We'll figure out what actually to long-term do with it at the end of the session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
While they're doing that, Greg, I think I'm going to go up to the mule. And
Okay.
I'm going to take one of the rations from the mule,
Mm-hmm.
unpackage it, and I'm going to put some food in the cupped hands. And then take a few steps away, and then I'm going to kneel, and I'm going to kind of bow my head a little bit.
So as soon as you place the food in the cupped hands of the featureless statue, you hear a voice as clearly as if it was spoken to you, but wordlessly and inaudibly to the rest of the world inside of your head. And it simply says, "Your offering is not accepted." And the rations begin to dissolve in front of your eyes as they just turn into nothingness. And the statue is once again standing there with its hands cupped, featureless and untouched by time and unmuddied by the food that was placed there.
I will speak up to my party and say, it spoke to me and told me that my offering was not worthy. And then I'll take out my chalk, and underneath the other stuff on the bottom of this pedestal, I'll write no food.
All right. The chalked pedestal begins once again.
I'll turn to the party and say, I'm thinking the offering is not worthy means we might have to offer something more valuable.
Well,
Maybe
I'm not giving
more
up the ring yet, and so I think we should just leave.
I agree.
Did it not
but
say
I'm
anything
thinking-
about gems? The offering probably has to be high in value.
That's what I'm thinking. We have to offer something that is worth more than what we've been offering before. And then Murdoch will pack up and go. I've removed a ration from one of the ones that are on the mule that I carry, that are
Okay.
my stuff.
Absolutely.
Whipples is gonna take his crossbow that he has on the mule and he's gonna place it in the cupped hands of the
All right, you take your crossbow out and place it in the cupped hands of the statue, and you hear, clearly as if spoken in your ear, but wordlessly and without sound to anyone else inside of your head, your offer is not accepted. And the crossbow immediately begins to dissolve in front of your eyes until it breaks down and disappears, leaving no trace that it had interacted with the statue.
Dog, did you say yours was not worthy? Or what did the voice tell you as it told me that mine was not accepted? Was it the same or different?
Murdoch thinks back to what the random voice in his head was, and then he shrugs, and he hands out the chalk in case you want to write something on the statue.
Yeah, I'm gonna write down weapon, not accepted. That's it.
All right.
He's gonna scratch his head and he's like-
you scratch away some of the muck and moss and time on the bottom of this statue, or on the pedestal of the statue, and you write in on a chalk underneath: no blood, no gold, no food, weapons not accepted.
Yeah.
I think seeing Albert and his mule in the back and getting probably at this point visibly annoyed that we haven't left. I think.
Yeah, I'm like, let's go.
Yep. We'll start walking away, and in my mind, as we start walking away, I'm going to start thinking about a mental image of the statue with like 6 pieces of parchment like tied to each other and a long list of all the things that people are going to eventually try and fail to offer to this statue.
It's gonna be like a specific key or something. It's
Yeah,
fine.
we're fine.
Let's go.
We're walking away.
Okay. You walk away from the statue, continuing on your same path towards the abandoned monastery at the same speed.
Yes.
All right. And so you leave the statue behind, and your day continues. You are unmolested through the better half of the of the morning and noon, and you are in the early afternoon when you come across the the ruined monastery. So before you, you see rising from the plains a large building of wood and stone, 60 feet wide and twice that in length. Was what was once probably a gorgeous monastery with great architecture is now ruined and scarred by time. Patches of the timber ceiling have caved inwards, adding a strange slouching character to the building. The arches and the stonework that adorn the walls and windows are cracked, crumbling, and worn. Nonetheless, the building stands and seems to keep the creatures and the elements of the plains at bay. You can see from your point, some many hundred feet away from the monastery proper, that at either side of the double-doored entrance to the monastery, there are 2 vaguely human creatures that appear to be dressed in a black garb, lounging on the remains of the stone gargoyles.
Have they seen it?
We are almost at 2 hours worth of play here and about to enter the ruined monastery proper. I think this might be a good time to do bio breaks and maybe grab some food or whatever you need and come back in about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. Seem good?
Actually, that sounds perfect. Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So that'll be the plan. I'll put some music on and we will see you all back in about 5 minutes. See you then.
All right.
Awesome.
My mic's live. Or mic. And then I have to remember the button sequence to... Haha! Welcome back, Internet, to the 7th session of... I always forget. Land Beyond the Mist. The party has just found what they were looking for in the abandoned monastery. After a half day's worth of travel in their second day, they see looming ahead of them this large ruined building with 2 guards, as they've heard before, lounging on the gargoyles in front of them. You're still a few hundred feet away and kind of in the tall grass still, before the grass trims down and becomes a nice field in front of the monastery. What do you do as a party?
Out of character, I want to say we accomplished my goal. I said we had exactly 2 hours to make it to the monastery, and we did it.
Beautiful.
All right.
Is the goal for Mr. Rogue and Mr. Rogue to scout it out first? To make sure that there's only 2 guards?
Seeing this monastery and the 2 guards, basically Albert just goes, "Okay, you guys got this," and just fucking knocks the mule down and just will go find a tree and walk away because he doesn't want to alert everybody in a 30-mile radius. He knows his strengths.
Yeah.
I think hearing that, I'll say to Garrett, well, let's sneak in for a little bit closer look. How far away do you say we are now, Greg?
A few hundred feet. Pick your denomination. Far enough away that you can see it and get a view of it, but you're not particularly close yet.
Oh, wonderful. That's how close I wanted to be.
Mechanically
Garrett.
speaking, I would like to cast guidance on both of them to help them out in the stealth.
Okay.
Garrett will just make sure that we know where the party went, just in case we need to run. And
I am going
need
to find
backup.
a tree or something that you can see from the very edge of the monastery, barely see the top of the monastery, and then I'm just going to sit under it, just somewhere where they know I am. But so
Okay.
yeah.
Yep, and then we can stealth in.
I think we move a little forward. I want to get a little bit more visuals for the monastery. If you want to paint me a picture, Greg, how much open space is there between the tall grass and the building? Is it a 1-story building, a 2-story building? What do the walls look like? What does the roof look like? Is it caving in? Is it solid?
Yeah. All right. I'll read my description again, and then you can ask me questions as you feel necessary afterwards. I guess first things first. The tall grass comes up about 150 feet or so away from the monastery, and then there's about 150 feet of just nice, clean, open field where the tall grasses don't leave a place to hide leading up to the monastery. So rising from the plains is a large building made of wood and stone. It's 60 feet wide and twice that, so 120 feet in length. Blah, 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 blah. What was once gorgeous monasterial architecture is now ruined and scarred by time. Patches of the timber ceiling have caved inwards, adding a strange, slouching character to the building. And the arches and stonework that adorn the walls and windows are cracked, crumbling, and worn. Nonetheless, the building stands. Seems to keep creatures of plane at bay. At either side of the double door entrance are the 2 humanoids dressed in black garb. As I guess you've approached to the kind of edge, you can get a better look. They are humans dressed in black garb with the jackal insignia upon their chest. They lounge upon the remains of 2 stone gargoyles, their features worn away by wind and time. And I think that is the extent of my description of the outside of the building.
Turn to Garrett and I'll be like, any thoughts?
We can just try and take out one of them, maybe the other before he gets away, and then run away.
I think that's dangerous. And I think if we alert all of them to the fact that we're here, then we won't be fighting 2, we'll be fighting a lot. My thought is I would like to circle the monastery, maybe get in for a closer look, maybe even get in behind it. Try to get up on that wall, get up on that roof, and see where those cracks and those holes are. If we can maybe see what we see in there, maybe get a better idea of how many people we might be fighting.
Garrett will stay out the front, and if he sees the guards move at all, if you get spotted, he will
Okay.
make a signal that is not obviously a person shouting, I don't know, bird call or something. to let you know.
I think that's a wonderful idea. I kind of want to get the rest of our party maybe a little bit closer than 200 feet if I'm going to be sneaking up to the building all the way together.
Okay.
So I think I would like to come back to the party and suggest that we maybe take a really wide berth and try to approach the monastery from the rear, opposite of where the double doors are, and maybe keep them maybe at the edge of the tall grass, 150 or so feet away. What do you guys think about that?
I will trust the stealth party.
Okay.
I'm with that. I'm good with that.
So you move the rest of the party. You move the rest of the party up to the. You move the rest of the party up to the edge of the grasslands, and the guards are none the wiser. The rest of the party is still kind of at the front, facing in, and you, Murdoch, begin circling around at the edge of the grass, going back. You find that the guards are not very attentive. In fact, are lounging and chatting kind of lazily with each other on these gargoyles, and so you find it to be pretty easy to get back behind the building. Once you kind of cross the corner of the building itself, you are out of the possible line of sight of them, and you don't notice anybody else keeping a lookout or anything. You're just kind of on your own back here on the side and back of the monastery.
Okay. I'm looking at the back of the monastery. Do I see any obvious holes where if I walk up, somebody might look out?
While there are plenty of cracks and crumbling bits to the monastery, the walls themselves don't have gaping holes. I suppose it's possible someone could be peering through them, but
I'll have to take that chance.
You'd have to take there's no like big enough hole where you would see somebody being a lookout.
Okay. I'm looking up at the ceiling. Are there any spots where the ceiling is caved in a little bit towards the back end of the monastery? Where I'm staring at?
The whole ceiling slouches inward, like at an angle, and it's broken down. Go ahead, give me a perception check as you observe the outside of the building there. And let's see if you...
Normal perception? Or wisdom
I would say perception wisdom, unless you have a different skill you'd like to bring to bear.
No, that sounds about right.
Okay. A 9. No, you don't spot anything specifically about the roof that tells you this part is broken and open, but you do notice that the whole roof slouches inward, and it's got this awful slant to it, and you know from the just look of the building, at one time it would have been a high steepled roof, so it is broken down at the very least.
Okay, last question before I go in. Do I see at the top of the wall where it connects to the roof, is there any place where I might be able to find hold? I have a rope and a grappling hook in my pack.
There are plenty of places where both there is kind of crumbling architecture, where like rotten wood has given way or wet stone has crumbled and fallen. And although it doesn't leave swaths of empty space in the walls, there are plenty of hooks and cracks and bumps in it. In addition, the roof itself is slouched and broken in such a way that you think that you could find purchase if you were able to throw it up just to the top, on the side of the building where the lean is most shallow.
Okay. Then making sure that I see Garrett is within eyesight so that he can signal to me. I'll make eye contact with him, nod, and then I will slowly start sneaking my way up to the edge of the building.
All right. You begin slowly sneaking your way up to the edge of the building. Are you directly behind the building, or are you on the side of the building?
I would like to be directly behind, as far away from the guards as possible, so that I can have a better chance of getting up there without being hurt.
All right. You sneak up to the back of the building without incident. No alarms are raised. The rest of the party can see the guards still lazily chatting on the gargoyles. And you approach the 100 feet slowly and quietly, as you are now face to face with the back of this monastery.
All right. I think I'm going to make sure that my crossbow is stowed pretty well, Make sure that my dagger's already at my side. Then I'm going to take out my rope and my grappling hook. I'm going to swing it around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Try to toss it up there and try to catch Purchase. A place
All
where I
right.
can catch it and climb up.
You 100% catch the grappling hook on something up there. You can climb to the top. The question is, do you draw attention to yourself swinging and clattering this hook on there? So when you secure it, I think that this should be some kind of check to determine whether or not you've done this well. My theory is that this is probably just dexterity stealth, unless you can think of a different reason you would want to bring something else to bear.
Oh, I think that seems right. I think that seems about right. But I'm also on the opposite side of the building for the guards, so...
I think
You wanna
that
make
the
that
guards on the
target?
outside are less of your worry than whoever might be inside the building.
Okay. Am I making this check in the open, or are you making it for me?
I would like for you to make it.
Okay. Dexterity stealth coming in.
All right.
It's not very good.
You.
I believe I specifically gave you guidance for stealth.
You
You
gave me guidance
did.
like 10 minutes ago, though.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
been
I
a.
know.
Back at the party and came back.
Hey,
And I'm not actually all that upset if I make noise and make people come out the door.
You
So,
you make a little bit of noise, and you're aware that you did as you begin climbing up the roof, but you make it up there. How am I going to show you what you see? So what I'm going to do is I can't pull you separately into this, so I'm going to
you can, Greg.
pull. Huh?
You can pull one person into a different map. You just click their icon down at the bottom and drag them up to the map.
I'm just gonna do everybody. Okay. This is easier. So
Fair enough.
from the top of the roof, you have entered from. I'm gonna make this do this for the stream. You have entered from the back side of this building over here. You've climbed to the top of the roof and you are standing here. From the top of the roof, you can see that this square, I don't know how to, this square here where the green grass grows, there was intentionally a hole in the roof built in the architecture. This is some kind of garden or sunlight that was meant to come into the monastery. And now that the whole roof sags and creaks and breaks, it is quite a large hole. And you can see these strange pillars that are meant to be holding up the roof are now splintered and broken and on their sides, and you can see down, and there are 5 bandits around what is a campfire essentially in the middle of this overgrown weedy garden patch. There is a pile of books sitting next to them that appear to have been used as either kindling or fire starter. And on top of the fire sits a large pot bubbling away. You can smell, even from your position, rising up from it. Just the smell of cooked food and barley and some kind of protein in there. There's an empty bench that you can see. From your angle, you can see deeper in. You can see kind of I need a pointer of some kind. You can see deeper in. You can kind of see this wall through here and a gap leading somewhere further in. And you could probably see this bit of the rooms here. You can see that there are what must have been the rooms that clergy members or whoever used this monastery before used, and nobody in them at the moment. These walls are all made of a wood that is unfamiliar to the plains. You immediately recognize that whatever old wood this is, it doesn't seem like it came from the same howling fields that you came across. As you take all this in, you notice that these people in the center around the fire are all kind of looking around. You hear them whispering to each other, "Oh, did you hear that? Oh, there's Something definitely was banging up there, I swear. Ah, you're just an old fool, right? They seem to be on heightened awareness, but the natural one they rolled on their die means that they're unaware of you.
Okay. At that point, I think I'm gonna duck my head back down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Am I at the edge and exposed, or am I at a spot where I'm able to kind of like peer over where the roof is?
I imagine that you've climbed up to the top of this roof, and you can either like hold yourself on the edge and peer through, or you can kind of like stand up on the like top of this wall and like put your weight on this like kind of slouching broken roof, and you can see in through this hole as you do so.
Okay. I think I'm gonna peer over the edge. I'm gonna take that in. I see 5. I see a little open area. I see the other rooms. I hear him making some noise.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I think I am going to shimmy my way back down.
Okay.
And I think I'm going to slowly back away and approach the party and gather them in together. And then I think we're going to have a chat maybe a little further away where we can be a little bit silent.
Okay.
I look over to Garrett. Is he making any signals like something's coming at me?
No, the guards that are placed outside still just kind of lazily. It seems like they have no care in the world, are not paying particularly close attention to you. And as the party stays that far away and makes an effort to be stealthy, you remain unnoticed for now.
Okay, I'm going to return to the party, gather them in, and share the information that I found. That I saw at least 5 of them sitting around a campfire. There's an open area where if we were all to climb a rope, we could kind of sneak our way down. There's a passage that leads to the front that we saw from there. And then it seems like the guards didn't notice.
Did you see any other exits? Or is there only one entrance/exit and we can just
Looks to
funnel them
me,
out?
as I looked on the back side of the monastery, we've circled around it. We don't see any doors or anything. I'm pretty sure there's one entrance, one exit only. Also seems like if we approach from this wall here, we could probably sneak up on the guards without them seeing us till at least we got to the side of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have any thoughts on how to proceed?
I feel like me and Mr. Paladin here would be too clangy to be able to climb the rope inside like that. I have no plan. I'll trust you on this. If you believe in our capabilities to go like side to side, it's fine.
I don't think we're going to be able to stealth up with everyone.
No, I am not going in. There are way too many. You guys go kill like 5, and then I'll consider going anywhere near that monastery.
Whenever he says, you guys go kill like 5, I'll give him a little bit of a sour look and a little bit of a like turn of the head, be like, and then I don't think I'll say
You got this. You'll be fine.
I don't see any way of killing, like, half or less, like, without alerting the entire thing, other than either killing the 2 guards immediately or waiting until they come out. Until, like, they need a scout or something. Or...
I do believe we should try to, like, take them out 1 by 1 or 2 by 2. If we get the 2 people in front, obviously there's already 2 less of them to deal with. So if we can, like, run away afterwards, maybe, only drag a small portion of them, we can fight it out.
Yeah, if we kill the 2 at the front, then the rest of them, I don't expect them to stay completely together. They might send out a scouting party to try find us. They might, split up. That way we can deal with them separately.
I've heard Mad Eye never leaves the monastery, so he'll be sending his goons out first. So we kill a few, they come try and hunt you down. And they're not all gonna come out. If you attack the guards, they'll send like 6. You run away. You look as innocent as possible. We ambush them when they chase you.
Yep, I think that's the best idea.
I think I like that idea. I think if we try to kill the 2 in front, I think we just try to escape. And whenever they come out to look, then we track them. I don't want to look as innocent as possible and have them chase me.
No.
I'd much rather have them try to find us when we know where they are and get a better position on them.
Is there
Agree.
any way
So-
for you to like break line of sight and get like real close to them, or are they in like some sort of an open area or maybe an elevated area where it's impossible to do?
I think if Garrett and I go ahead, Greg.
Oh, I thought that was a question to me. You can answer. It's fine.
I think if Garrett and I sneak up, maybe one on either side of the monastery, we could get up close to them before they're aware if we're careful. And then if
Mhm.
you guys position yourselves in a spot where you can support us once we get there, then we can maybe stop them from running inside.
And Albert, do you have any ranged attacks?
I got javelins.
What is the furthest you can throw
50
one?
feet, 120 with disadvantage.
120 with disadvantage.
And what
I-
about you?
I only have Sacred Flame, which is 60 feet, so I would be pretty useless there. I feel like if you both try to like, as rogues, you know, you get one each with a sneak attack, while Albert tries to
If
throw a
you fail,
javelin
you
from
run
120
away.
feet.
Yeah. If you fail, you just run away. You can probably outrun them.
I think
Yeah.
that's the best idea. You guys can like set up 300 or
120
200
feet or so,
feet. You can be further away than that. You know, the landmark that we had before the tree or whatever. Just set up there. We engage them from our max distance, and then if we don't kill them and they come to chase us, we just run back to you, and then we can ambush them there.
Hmm.
You think we shoot them from very far away, or you think we sneak up and stab them?
My stab is not that much better than my bow, so I would prefer to shoot them from 80 feet. Is my max bow distance that isn't disadvantaged.
Okay. I like this. I say we sneak up to a decent spot in the grass, get as close as we can, and then maybe stealth up a little further so that we are getting a really good shot and then going after him.
Are you going for the same target or different ones?
It would make, I think, more sense for us to go for the same target.
Yeah,
And
I
make
think so.
sure that it goes down. And if
Yeah.
if the other one survives and alerts everyone as we run, all the better. We
That's
guarantee
fine.
that somebody comes out and finds us right away without us having to wait for them to figure out the guards are dead.
Sure.
All right. So
If
our
you-
party goes back and hides by the tree.
Yeah.
Go
no,
ahead,
it's fine.
Garrett. And then
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and be like 120 feet, so it's like a full 2 rounds of sprinting away or something like that, not like super far.
Okay. And I think,
Um,
Garrett, I think we should approach from. I think we just should approach from the side of one of them, so that we can maybe sneak out on the grass and make sure we get a really good shot. Because the grass is
Yes.
about 100 feet away, Greg.
Yeah, about 150 is what I said.
150. Yeah. So
150,
I think
that's a really
yeah.
long shot for me.
no. If the guards are here, we can approach from like this direction, and then once we're like 80 feet ish, we will walk around until we have an eye on them, and then shoot.
I mean, at the end of the day, you get a surprise round, and because you are rogues,
Yes.
you usually go first in initiative. So I do believe you are going to end up probably getting 2 rounds on them.
Yep, my
Before
only
they even get
mechanical
attacks.
thought is making sure that I am at short range for my surprise shot. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why
Okay.
we will approach from out of sight
I like Garrett's plan.
while stealthing.
Okay.
All right. So the Whiffles and Albert stay well off into the grasslands, and Garrett and excuse me, Garrett and Murdoch begin their slow approach to the corner of the building. So since you're gonna be getting like really close to the corner, like to the kind of where these guards are keeping watch, I am going to have you guys make a stealth check. We'll go dexterity stealth unless you have some other reason to make sure that you don't alert them as you approach as close as you can.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, guidance was on, but
Ah,
still
very
pretty
nice. Both of you are quiet and stealthy, and you each make it to the corner of the building. You prepare yourselves and look around the corner. You see the guards lazily lounging on these 2 gargoyle statues, and you are unnoticed.
cool. Sorry, just to clarify, Greg, we're 80 feet off. just like we're not like right on the edge of the building. We're like 80 feet out, and then just like moving around. So the building is covering us, but we're not like on it, right?
As long as we have line of sight on that one guard.
I thought you were moving around the edge of the building, like you were moving this way to the corner, and then you were gonna shoot him from here.
But they're keeping 80 feet away from the building, is what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
We're trying to
Oh.
stay a little further away from them and moving out through.
Oh, so you're
Like,
just
we're moving
like
away from
wandering into the middle of the plain somewhere with a line of sight.
Yeah.
Well, you did so incredibly stealthily with a 26 and a 20, so yeah, you do that.
All right.
All right, I think
I'm
I'll
taking
do
a shot then.
like 1, 2, and then we'll try to shoot together.
All right. You give it a count. 1, 2. You both open fire and shoot at the guard. Go ahead and give me your rolls to hit with advantage, as they are quite
Alright.
surprised by
roll
you
one
being
more.
there.
22 with the.
The 22
boss.
will both hit for sure. Go ahead and roll me some Damahe.
both on one.
11 and 8 is 19. You slay a bandit. Plah! He just falls and dies. The eyes of his companion go wide, and he races up to the door. Bang, 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 bang. And I believe you should roll initiative.
Sure.
All right. Bandit. The bandit goes at 20. Do either of you beat at 20?
Do you want a different map for the outside of the monastery, or
I don't have one currently, and we don't
Okay.
really need one right now. I don't know what I was thinking going, oh, yes. They'll definitely go inside the monastery this time. I have a battle map prepared. It'll be great. I should have just remade one.
You did it. You beat him, I think. Damn.
The 20 with a +4 will beat the initiative of the bandit. You go first, Garrett. No, not Garrett.
Not
Murdoch.
Garrett. Murdoch?
Do I beat his initiative as in I get a chance to act before he goes and bangs on
Yeah.
the door? Or
He
before
has
gets-
banged on the door, but you can act before anything else happens this round.
Alright, I'm going to try and shoot him. Because this is our chance to kill as many as we can.
All
Fire
right.
away. This is a normal roll.
The 17 hits. Yep.
No sneak attack on this one, and I will deal 9 piercing.
Ooh.
9 piercing. This guy. Nope, he's alive. He takes 9 points of damage. You hear the door open up, and he just stumbles through it. You hear shouts from inside the building as this happens.
That's the point, I think, when I turn and I move my 30 feet back towards the grass as close as I can, right after I fire my shot, hoping Garrett is right behind me.
All right, you move back 30 feet. Garrett, you're the next to act. You see the bandit stumble into the building of the monastery. What do you do?
Garrett, a bit stunned that we actually killed the guy immediately, takes a second and then turns around and sprints out into the into the grass.
All right. You made sure to sneak up to have perfect line of sight, so I'm not going to penalize you anything for him trying to stumble into the building. Go ahead and take your shot.
Do I get a shot off on him?
You said you shot at him.
Get a shot off. Shoot
I said
him
I was
and
running.
then 30.
I
either
assumed when
20,
you
30
I
or
assumed when
60.
when you said he went into the building, I assumed we lost line of sight of him.
He's just stumbled into the building. I was going to give you... It sounded to me like you said you shot at him and then moved. But if you don't want to shoot at him, that's fine.
I mean, I beat
I
him
can
in
still see him.
initiative and I shot
Yeah.
and moved.
Yeah, if I can still see him, I'll shoot him.
Yeah, he's lying on the ground and he's hurting.
Oof, no.
You meet his armor class. Go ahead and roll
Yeah.
damage.
Ooh. Cool.
For 5 more points of damage, you deal a killing blow as he stumbles into the building. He dies, and you can hear the shouts rousing inside as you move 30 feet away. Okay. I once again don't have an outside of the monastery map. So I guess we're going to be doing this via... I don't don't know why I thought people would go inside the monastery. Silly me. We're going to be doing this via Theater of the Mind once again. So, you hear the shouts inside of the building, and you go back your 30 feet to join Murdoch. Basically, everything will go silent inside the building for a round. The door shuts. And you are sitting there waiting tensely. What does the party do for this round as they wait to see what the response to the bandits is?
What I would like to do is, I'd like to just split off from Murdoch a little bit and try and hide in the grass.
All right. Go ahead and hide in the grass. I will give you a stealth check here. 24. You hide very stealthily in the grass. Anything else the party does?
Whiffles would like to prepare the donkey just in case we have to start going inside the forest real quick.
All right. Whiffles prepares the donkey for a quick getaway.
Albert just kind of hangs out. He'll take the dodge action and wait.
All right. Albert waits. Murdoch, I think you're the last of them. Do you do anything?
I want to make sure that I get to the grass. Can I get to the grass and still be able to hide, or do I need to dash to get there?
You said you were 80 feet away, so 30 feet.
Yes.
You moved at the end of last round, just makes you 110. So
110.
you're like right on the edge. You're like 140 feet after 30 feet of movement. So it sounds like in order to get there, you'd have to dash.
I will dash into the tall grass so that I at least maybe break line of sight when they come out the door.
All right, 150 feet away. Excellent. So the round passes. The doors creak open. And you see marching out ahead of you a large wooden plank. It's wide enough to cover 2 or so men and tall. And it marches out slowly in a protective formation in front of them. It seems that they've learned a little bit from their last encounter with people trying to storm the monastery. And they begin just marching straight forward with this wooden bulwark in front of them. And they march out from the monastery. They're 30 feet. And then from behind it, they have crossbows. You can tell as a party that this must be wielded by 2 humanoids. Like 2 of the bandits are like carrying this thing out in front of them, and 2 more are kind of behind them, and they pop out with their light crossbows, and they are too far away to shoot at anybody in normal range, so they'll take disadvantage shots. None of them see Garrett so artfully hidden behind some small stone. His halfling abilities really coming in handy there. But they do see Murdoch in the long grass, and they will take 2 shots with disadvantage to hit you. The first one misses horrendously as they can't get a clean shot in the grass. But the second one also is terrible. And that ends the first round of the bandits. Excellent. Now that they are out, the party had no actions to take. I think it is time to roll a group initiative there. Why don't I just throw all of you on this so that we have your tokens available? And let's roll some initiative.
Is it a group initiative like you said, or is it going to be...
I'm just going to have you all roll initiative and we'll just go through the order.
Wait, is the group all together already?
No.
You're all outside the thing.
It's a theater of mind. Just for
I thought the roads would be like 30 feet ahead of us, that's all.
Yeah, we are.
Yep.
We're like,
They're ahead of
Quite a
you,
bit.
but you're still in initiative order because that's the best
Yeah.
way to do it.
Yep. I think we're still theater of the mind on
Zero.
this, right?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
we're
yeah,
still-
yeah, yeah. I just want to
looking at
know
the
who
map,
acts
like,
in
go
what
back.
order. It's all what's going on.
I
Perfect.
got a 0. I'm so good at being fast.
15, 18, 19, 0. Perfect. Alrighty. So, the first to go is Whiffles. You have been watching all of this go while holding on to the donkey. And you see, like, the bandits march out with this big wooden shield as they take shots at one of your friends with their light crossbows. What do you do?
So Whiffles is way too far, and he expects the rogues to come back to them for the getaway, so we can like do guerrilla tactics or whatnot. So what he's gonna do is he is going to cast minor illusion, like 30 feet away from them, like somewhere to the side, and it's gonna be a noise, like a really loud noise, as if an arm shouting, in combat, or like a cheer or something. Just trying to distract them as best as I can.
You make a loud noise. Where do you make the loud noise?
So, like I've mentioned, I'm trying to put it. It only has like a small range, so I put it like 30 feet away from us, like somewhere like on the edge of some obscured area from the monastery.
Okay.
So where the enemies cannot see it, but it's like a loud cheering noise.
Loud cheering noise erupts 30 feet away from you in the grass. Excellent. The next to act is blah, 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 not Shadow. My brain's not working. Murdoch.
We're good. How far away are the bandits from me now?
So the bandits have moved out from the monastery about 30 feet. You were in the grass. You had dashed, so you're at 170 feet from the monastery. So you're 140 feet from the bandits.
Okay, then I think I'm going to dash again. I'm going to dash directly away from the bandits and try to split a little bit where I see my party is. I know that Garrett's on one side. The rest of my party is kind of a little further back. My goal is to draw them further into the grass so that maybe by the time that my party gets a chance to act, they might have a better angle. But
Okay,
I'm
so you
mechanically
dash
dashing 60
again.
feet away.
Another 60 feet. So you're still not the 120 feet away that the rest of your party was, but you're closer. You're about 60 feet away from the rest of the party. Or the two other party members. That is not Garrett. Okay, excellent. Which brings us to Garrett. Garrett, you're hiding nicely behind a rock here. You were about 110 feet away from the monastery, so you're about 80 feet away from these people. They haven't noticed you yet. What do you do?
I had moved back a little bit further than that as well on the other round.
You
so-
started at 80, you moved back 30 and hid, and that's 110.
25.
Oh, you moved about 25, so you're 105,
And then I
they moved 30
hit
feet
the
out.
next round, I think. But anyway, so
This is
the idea that I assumed that like if the door goes out that way, that's the direction that Murdoch was heading, and I moved around to the side and I'm hiding pretty well over there. So I'm actually fairly confident in my hiding skills. I'm going to stay there and see what they do.
Okay.
Make sure that I'm hidden.
These bandits will reload. You see the two people pop out, kind of take a look around. They don't see you, and they see Murdoch just running back through the grass. And you see one of them turn around inside and be like, "Oh, it's just one! It's just one! Get the horses, we'll run him down!" And then they reload their crossbows. And they wait. Albert, you see all of this happen in front of you. What do you do?
So how far from? I'm trying to visualize how far from like the edge of the grasses I am, because my current.
You
thing
said
is
you
just,
were
like,
120 feet away at the start of all of this, and the edge of the grass
Yeah.
is 150 feet away from the monastery. So you're a total
Oh,
of
I'm not even
270 feet away from the monastery, and a total of 240 feet away from the people with the crossbows.
That's really far. I'm going to move. I'm just going to move 30 feet forward, and take. No, I'm going to move 60 feet forward, and that's the end of my round. I'll just move forward and try and intercept Murdoch, and I'll pull the donkey along with the mule along with
All
me.
right. You intercept Murdoch. You and Murdoch come together at the same distance. Okay. Excellent. Whiffles, what are you doing?
Yeah. Whipples is completely surprised that he shot out. There's only one after hearing a bunch of people shouting from his cantrip, but there's nothing I can really do. I just follow Albert for the time being with a donkey. That's pretty much it. I move 60 feet closer and getting ready to do anything really.
Well, if all three of us are together, I'll just say, we need to get ready. They'll have the horses out. This is the perfect opportunity to murder their horse boys.
All right.
Yeah.
You do that. Murdoch, you have gotten all together with your party. You're like 200 feet or so away from the monastery. What do you do?
At this point, I think I'm going to move a little bit away from my party. I'm going to turn around. And I'm going to fire a shot at the crossbowmen to get them to keep coming at me.
All right. They are going to go ahead and have some pretty good cover. So go ahead and shoot at disadvantage.
I think I'm at disadvantage anyway.
Double disadvantage then.
Go.
The 17 will in fact strike through one of the crossbowmen that's kind of like peeking around the side of it. Go ahead and roll me damage.
You got it.
11 points of damage. He cries out in pain. Ah! Oh, it's a really good shot too. We gotta kill him super dead. And he like falls back behind the wooden board.
At that point, I would like to drop prone, and whatever movement I have left, which isn't going to be much, I'm going to start crawling to one side, away from the party.
All right. Garrett, you're still hiding behind a rock, man. What you do?
Still hiding. I will continue to hide.
All right. You are hiding.
Just two behind the board, right? The door, right?
You have come to the conclusion that there are 4 behind the big board.
Oh,
2
cool.
that
I'm
manipulated
sorry.
it, and 2 that had crossbows.
Okay, 2 with crossbows. That's where I was. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. It's bandit time. You hear coming through the doorway now after it has been a couple of rounds. 2 large horses galloping. They are well armored and barding, and the bandits on top of it crouch low in the saddle. With big hooked swords that seem quite at ease at catching and hooking people from the saddle. They seem quite specialized for this purpose. And they just begin charging out of the building. One of the bandits behind the palanquin like kind of points at the direction of Murdoch. He says, "Well, there's more of them now! Kill them quick! We'll cover you!" And the 4 of them, the 2 of them move the big wooden thing another 30 feet forward. And then they take their reloaded shots at the party. And they are going to shoot at... they're going to shoot at Murdoch, even though you're prone and they're very far away. They really want to shoot you, apparently.
Sure.
And he is going to roll a disadvantage with a 14 to strike you.
Almost. My armor class is 50.
Almost. All right. He doesn't make it happen. His other homie hopes to fare a little bit better with a 10. He's unable to. The 2 horsemen can go a long way with their charge. Let me find the stats for their horse. They move 120 feet in a gallop. And they close basically half the distance between the party and the chapel in that round, as they are charging in the direction of, well, I mean, they're shouting and yelling about Murdoch, so they're charging in your direction. You've kind of moved a little bit apart from the other two members of the party back there, so they're going more towards you than towards the other two.
After dropping prone in the tall grass with my two teammates standing near me, can they see me?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much that they like can't see you at all. You didn't hide, but like they don't have the cleanest line of sight. It's like, there's that thing there, right? Excellent. That is their turn, and so that brings us around. That brings us around to Albert. You see this happening. These charging horses, their barding gleaming, their riders hollering as they come after you. What do you do?
I will move in front of the rest of the party, and I will ready an action to jump and try and grab one of the riders whenever they are within 5 feet whenever they are within attack range. So whenever they're within range, before they can attack, I want to try and jump and grapple them. And that's
trying to
my ready
grapple
action.
a rider from on top of the horse without any weapon. Okay, so this isn't in the rules of 5e specifically, but that seems like an incredibly crazy feat to try to do. So I'll give you an option. When that happens, you can either make a check to just try to even attempt it, and on a fail, your turn passes. You weren't able to make the athletic or acrobatic feat to begin and initiate a grapple. Or it can happen and you can initiate the grapple, but it will come at the cost of an attack of opportunity.
I'll take the attack of opportunity.
Okay. So then you prepare yourself to grapple a rider.
I won't wait. Just to be clear, my ready to attack would go off before their normal attack, correct?
Yes.
Because they would be moving into range, then my ready to attack, their opportunity attack, then their normal attack.
That is how that would play out. Yes.
Okay, I'm good at that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll do it. I'll take the opportunity attack.
Okay. You prepare to grapple a rider. Whiffles, you see these horsemen charging at you. You see the like four bowmen kind of peppering the grass where your teammate is loosely. What do you do?
So Whiffles is gonna pray to his god for a second, and he's gonna bless the team members right in front of him. Himself, Albert, and Doctor, and he's gonna move 30 feet away to still be still be 30 feet away after the charge of the horses.
All right. You bless the party and then move away. Excellent. That's great. Murdoch, what do you do?
Well, at this point, I think Murdoch, as he sees the horseman charging obviously towards his area, is going to abandon trying to sit down and hide. I'm going to get up so that I'm not prone on the ground. And then I think I'm going to fire a crossbow.
Okay, so you kind of prop yourself up so you're not laying down, and you shoot a crossbow bolt.
I'm going to shoot at the incoming rider, the one that's coming closest to Albert, I think.
Okay, you're going to shoot at the rider and not the horse. Go ahead and take your shot.
Is he within close range of me since he's dashed forward?
He's dashed 120 feet. We're gonna call it basically one dash away from the horse again. So is 120 feet within your range?
It is not. That's long range for me. So I'm gonna wait till he gets to close range. I guess I'll ready an action.
Okay, you ready your action to shoot when he gets into close range. Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent. Garrett, you chilling behind this rock, man. Nobody sees you. You are invisible out here. You might as well have like the Harry Potter cloak. What are you doing?
What was that?
I'm gonna start killing crossbows. Just saying.
Yeah, that's
You're
what I'm
behind
thinking.
them now at this point.
The barrier that they've moved out, have they moved it out enough that I can get a shot that is
They've moved it a
Imposed?
grand total of 60 feet. away from the monastery, and you started at 105 feet. So
I am off to the side.
You are off to the side. I think that especially because they don't see you, that you can get a pretty reasonably good shot at them.
Do I get advantage? That's what I'm basically hoping for.
Yeah, fuck it. You get
Yeah,
advantage. Get him.
Cool. I will take a shot at. Yeah, we'll do the injured one, the one that's already been hit.
Okay. Yeah, you see him. You see him actually getting a crossbow. Like they're in the process. The two that were like holding up the thing are now like reloading a crossbow, and he's like handing his empty one over. And as they're doing this, you just like ready a shot and fire away. Oh my goodness! And you crit him.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
think he dies.
For an additional 10, 13 damage, he definitely dies. He's like in mid handoff, and his just like whole head explodes. It's like a Michael Bay movie, but in human flesh. And he goes down. All right. Excellent.
And I run towards the party.
And you run 30
A little
feet.
bit exposed.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
25, but
Yeah, 25. Right.
roughly.
Okay, excellent. Well done. And that brings us to the bandits' turns. All right, first things first. Two of the bandits are going to rise up and shoot at you, Garrett, as you run away. They did not know you were there, and they are surprised and scared. But one of them just like takes the reloaded crossbow from his homie. The other one was handing it over and now decides he'll just use it instead. And they're going to shoot at you. You are within close range and not hidden, so they get regular shots. The first is a 12. I don't think that'll hit you.
Miss.
Yeah.
14.
And the second is a 17.
That's a
He'll hit you for 4 piercing damage as you run away from him. Excellent. That is that. And then the 2 horse people are going to charge. So, we'll resolve the Albert situation, I guess, first.
In case one of them dies, you might want to resolve the short bow shot first, because that happened
I got it
before
ready
me.
to attack.
Okay, we'll resolve that first then. So, Murdoch, you're a little bit off to the side. You see the horse people kind of break like this. One off towards you, one towards the rest of the party. They get within short range. Go ahead and take your shot. With a 21, that will hit. For 8 points of damage. You hit him in the side. Oh, he like rears back in the saddle a little bit and then like maintains his poise and continues the gallop towards you. Excellent. So I guess we'll just finish him off. He charges up to you, the 120 feet on the horse, and will slash at you with his hooked weapon on a horseback. He is going to... He doesn't get any special advantage or anything. He's not that cool, sadly. But he does fight with a cool weapon. With a 20 to hit your armor.
That will hit me.
That will hit you.
Damn.
Yep.
Better than the
Yeah.
average bandit.
Yeah, these guys are a little better than your average. And you will take... 5 points of damage as it hooks into your flesh and just like rips and tears. The horse rears up and doesn't get to attack this turn because it used its full movement to dash. The other horseman has veered off and charges at Albert. Albert, you take an attack of opportunity as you lunge at the like waist of this person on top of the horse, attempting to grapple them. They will attack you with an 8. They miss.
That's a miss.
All right.
I want to roll. I will shove him 5 feet off the horse as my grapple attack.
Okay.
To resist, it's athletics for. He can choose athletics or acrobatics to roll to resist. I can make an athletics check.
All right. Go ahead and make your athletics check.
Yep.
And he will.
And I have bless on this. I'll just roll it after.
Okay, this sounds good. Yours is going to beat him regardless of what he rolls. Well, he rolled really good. But you shove him from his horse. Woof. And he comes flying off. The horse charges up to you and doesn't get to attack because it's used all of its movement. The bandit falls from horseback. I think that's falling damage. You think that's falling damage?
I think that's falling damage.
I think that's falling damage.
I
There's
think
literally
his momentum
rules for this.
stops.
I think he got
Rules
shoved
for
off
this,
his
but
horse.
there's no-
Go ahead and roll me d6 falling damage for your
Okay.
shove attack. He takes
3.
3 points of damage. Excellent. And he goes blah and falls prone, hurting on the ground. Excellent. That went well. Now it's your turn, Albert. You've shoved this guy from horseback. He's prone on the ground in front of you. There's a big, like, war horse with barding on it in front of you as well. What do you do?
Think for a moment, and is the war horse just going to fucking murder me, or is it like clawing the ground and kind of confused?
The warhorse doesn't have a rider, so I don't know if it gets to attack. I will look that up right now.
I know he won't be directly commanding it, so it's kind of independent. I guess I just want to.
It is acting independently, and I need to figure out if it will kill you or not.
I show it my King's Guard insignia. my background feature. If it's been stolen from the King's Guard or other people, it won't murder me. It's a sentient horse, obviously.
Go ahead and give me an animal handling check, just right now. Just like you're trying to make a split-second decision whether you think this thing will murder you.
Yeah. I have a skill
Okay.
for my background called land vehicle. All land vehicles, which includes horses, by the description.
Sure, if that'll get you your proficiency and the other won't, then
I'm
go ahead and
gonna
use that.
Roll that, and I think can I use charisma instead of the int? No, instead of wisdom.
I feel like you're using wisdom here, not charisma.
That's fine. Wisdom
Right?
is fine.
Yeah, I think the charisma is a different type of check. But you're pretty convinced that this thing is not going on a murderous rampage without its rider. It needs to be commanded.
I go stab the guy.
All
Wait,
right.
No, I would like to get on the. No, that's an action. I'll just stab the guy. Never mind.
All right.
I stab him while he's on the floor, so I get advantage. Hooray!
Yes, you do.
That is disadvantage. That is advantage.
The 18 will hit. For
And I slap
9
him for
points
9.
of damage. Oh! He is still alive as you stab him on the ground. Excellent. Whiffles!
That's the end of my
You've
turn.
seen all of this happen in front of you. There's a rider on horseback attacking Murdoch. Albert has knocked one off of the horseback and has stabbed him on the ground. What do you do?
Mechanically speaking, can I delay my turn until 17 after Doc's turn, or do I have to act right now?
If you want to delay your turn, then you need to set an action and a trigger. So you have to tell me what action you want to take and what will trigger it.
So if Doc kills the rider that's next to him, I'm gonna go and kill the guy laying next to Albert. If he doesn't, I'm going for that guy and just simply attacking. Or is that too complicated?
I'm not
That's fine.
sure if D&D 5e is created for if-then statements.
You get one trigger.
I think you
just
can-
get
yeah.
one trigger. So it would have to be if you killed him to go attack him, which it doesn't make sense. I would just go attack
That's fine.
someone.
I'm just going for the Doc. I'm just going to help the Doc. I know he's been hit, so I just run towards the rider and I try to bonk him with my mace.
All right, you were 30 feet away from the rest of the party at the start of the turn because you cast Bless and then moved 30 feet back. So you move 30 feet forward, you're about there. Murdoch had moved a little bit farther away. So I think that in order to get all the way up to melee combat, you're going to have to double move.
I move 30 feet and I cast a cantrip called Sacred Flame then.
Perfect.
I'm trying
They
to do
will
it.
attempt to dodge your sacred flame. With a 17, your flame erupts around the horse and rider, and the horse notices you at the last minute and like wheels his rider away out of like your flames as they erupt. Okay. Excellent. Well done. Murdoch, this horse rider is in front of you. Your blood drips from his weapon. What do you do?
I think Murdoch is going to quickly snap open his healer's kit as he drops his crossbow to the ground and quickly wrap himself up.
And
charge
expend a
healer's
charge of the healer's kit. All right, go ahead and
I
heal
am.
yourself up.
Hold on. Just put myself at 10 charges instead of 8. Now we're at 8. Alright. So that is 1d6 plus 4 plus level, which I'm a level 1 character. 1d6 plus 5,
Yeah.
which will heal me back up to full. And then with my free action, I'm going to draw a dagger and face off against.
All right, you
I'll be
heal
right
up, you bandage up, and you draw a dagger. All right. Then that brings us to Garrett. Garrett, you are running towards the party. You see them engaged in horse combat. There are 3 bandits behind you that have been shooting you, hit you in the back. What do you do?
I would like to continue running away from the archers and try and hide.
Okay. So, do you have a feature that allows you to hide while in plain sight? Right? Because part of hiding requires that, like, someone's not watching you try to hide, right? And right now, like, you have broken from your original hiding place and are now running, and they are shooting at you. Like, just dropping down and trying to hide isn't gonna happen unless, like, you're a half-elf, right? With your nature, foliage, and shadows thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
what,
I've got
like, do you have
naturally
something that
stealthy,
does
but-
that?
Naturally stealthy is just if a creature is a size larger than you, you can hide behind them. But I'm
Yeah.
assuming
There's no
nothing
creature,
like.
sadly.
Unfortunately, there's not a big horse right next to you to hide behind.
Just
All right,
run
well,
towards us
never mind
here
then.
at long range, honestly. So they have
Yeah,
to
yeah. I'll keep running. I will just take a double dash. Yeah. Or
Okay,
a dash.
you double
just
move,
dash
you move
towards the
your
party.
50 feet. You are now essentially in the same mosh pit area as the horses and the rest of the party. You have, like, arrived in that area. All right. That brings us around to bandits. This time, you see that two of the bandits that are hiding behind this wooden thing can't move it anymore and, like, still keep shooting like they are intended to. So one of them turns back and starts yelling inside. You can hear, "We need more! We need more people! There's more of them than we thought!" And then the one guy with the loaded crossbow, because the other 2 shot, will step outside, move 30 feet closer, and shoot at you, Garrett, because you are still the one that he has his sights on. But you have moved out of his normal range, so he will shoot at disadvantage. And miss. His crossbow shot goes wide. The 2 horsemen, the first one stands up off of his prone position, holding his chest as blood just gushes everywhere, and he swings his mighty sword at you once again, Albert. With an 8, missing wildly. His wounds are too much. He swings weakly and easy to dodge and parry. The one on top of the horse will take another swing at Murdoch. With a 15, I'm not sure that hits
Don't
you.
hit me. That's my armor class.
Oh, that's your armor class exactly. Oh, okay.
Yep.
So you will take D6 plus 3 again for 6 points of damage, and then the warhorse is a trained warhorse, and it will rear up at the command of the rider, and it will slash at you with its hooves. For a 17, which will do
Probably
8
bring me
more
down.
points of bludgeoning damage.
I am down.
All
God damn.
right. And with that, The horse is going to use its movement to move 60 feet. It's going to move another like 30 feet away from the party to prepare itself for a charge as the rider kind of circles around, swinging its blade above its head. Excellent. And that is the bandits round. Albert! You've seen Murdoch get trampled by the warhorse. This guy is in front of you, woundedly slashing at you. What do you do?
I'm sorry. I'm just So, how far away is the warhorse from me?
It's like right next to you. It didn't move last turn.
I just look at the guy and just go, "You're not even fucking worth it," and I just go get on his warhorse.
All right.
Which is half my movement.
You
Not
spend
actual
your. You spend your. It's an action to get on top of the horse.
Once during your move, you can mount a creature that is within 5 feet of you or dismount. Doing so costs an amount of movement equal to half your speed.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. I'm stupid. Yeah. That's how it works.
That's why I looked
so
it up.
this is
because I
not
honestly
your
thought-
controlled mount.
I want to make a check just to try and steal control of his mount, basically.
You
That
want
is
to
what I
try
like
to steal
do.
control of his mount. It immediately bucks and kicks and tries to get you off. Go ahead and make an animal handling check, I suppose.
I have land vehicles, which is specifically tied to horseback riding from the soldier background.
Sure,
Could I roll that?
we can separate that as well. I'm gonna set your DC very high. This is not just a trained horse. This is a specific war horse of bandits, right? Like it is not it is not easy to just like get on somebody's trained war horse, right?
Yeah.
So I think this is a DC 20. Like I think this is really hard.
Then, well, could I argue then, because I'm going to argue for this because it's really difficult. I have proficiency because land vehicles. Could I use strength because this is basically me just using my physical?
Sure,
body
yeah.
to hold
Instead of using a different stat, you use your strength to just like grab its brittle and just like bend it to your will, right? You're essentially just like yanking on it. Yeah. You can use a strength
And
riding.
I still have left because it lasts 10 rounds. So
You can use a strength land vehicle check DC 20.
I'm
All
rolling
right.
the d4.
No! You are unable to tame the horse, and it bucks and kicks and shucks itself, and it throws you off the saddle onto the ground prone.
Okay, and that's most of my movement, so I can't stand up.
You've used half your movement, so you could use the remaining to stand up if you wanted.
I'll just stand up and.
Is he still next to the guy that's on the ground that's fighting him?
Yeah.
I'll just take the dodge action, and I'll just scream at both of them, both the mounted guy and the guy. I'll take the dodge action and scream, "Fucking come at me, you bastards!" and try and just get them to attack me while taking the dodge action.
All right.
And like I want to stand between him and his horse, and I want to be primed like I'm the guy to target for the mounted rider, so he charges me.
Okay. Sounds good. Wivels. It is your turn.
Yeah, Whiffles is going to. He knows that a rider that Albert is fighting is really low, so he's going to try and Sacred Flame him.
Oh, okay. You're gonna Sacred Flame the guy who's off the horse, right? Is what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. The bandit will
Come on, die.
fail.
Yes.
He fails. Go ahead. You rolled your damage already. 6 points of damage. You kill the rider. He erupts in a sacred radiant fire, and he screams his last scream before falling to the ground dead.
And Whiffles will yell out, "Take one away, I'll give you another." And he's going to cast Healing Word on Doc, essentially. Bringing him back from passing out.
Okay, Murdoch, you have a healing word cast on you, and you come back with 4 HP. And sure enough, it's your turn. What do you do as life springs back into your chest?
All right, I think I take half my movement to get back up. I want to still crouch low mechanically, thematically in the grass, but I'm still standing. And how close is Whiffles to me?
Whiffles
feet away.
didn't move any closer, so he's still like. You moved a little bit away from the party initially, so your whatever
Right.
distance that was, probably 30 feet, I guess. You use a full movement.
He was.
Sure,
It was 15
okay.
because he went prone.
Oh yeah, you went prone. Yeah, so 15 feet away from Whiffles. That's
All
right.
Well, regardless of what direction it takes me, I want to try to move my last 50. I'm going to pick up my crossbow from the ground because I
Mhm.
dropped it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to move 15 more feet, trying to get Whiffles between me and the last mounted rider. Even if I'm not all the way behind him, I'm just going to get as far away as I can.
Okay.
And then I want to take a shot at the rider.
All right, you fire at the rider. Go ahead and take your shot. An 11 does
11.
not hit. Your
May I-
arrow.
He has bless. He has bless.
Do I still have blessed after going
You-
unconscious? Was what I was
Yeah,
asking Greg.
it's
Yes.
based on the caster, not on the
I'm
recipient.
asking Greg. Greg, what do you
Oh,
say?
okay.
I think that's correct. I think that's fine. 5e's really lenient with that crap. As long as the caster's up, I'm chill with it.
Okay, then my bless takes that at 14. that
A
hit?
14 on the horse rider? No.
Okay.
The bolt bounces off the horse rider's armor, and that's all I got. That's all you got. Garrett, you are in this mosh pit. You've seen all of this go down. There's a horseman that's kind of charging back towards you, and another one laying dead in the sacred fire. What do you do?
Like, charging towards me. Oh god.
Well, he's charging towards just
yeah.
like the lot of you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot at him. He's
All
not
right.
next to anyone, is he?
No, he's not.
But
But you crit him.
Sorry, no sneak attack. I forgot to untick it, but that is
6
14.
points
Ooh,
of
14.
damage.
14. That's the
14.
sneak. It's 14.
Oh, 14. Yeah, the 6 is the
Yep.
sneaking. He dies. He's dead.
Nice.
You
Another-
see him
another
just like
headshot.
slatch out of his saddle, and the horse just continues its charge, and he falls out of it. All right.
Oh my god.
It is the bandit's turn. You hear. Well, first of all, we'll just deal with the bandits that are running forward. I guess this guy's reloading a crossbow, and the other two shouted last turn and reloaded, so they move up 30 feet. They're still at disadvantage. There's a whole lot of you now over here. Do they still shoot at Garrett? Oh boy, they do. They really don't like you. Okay. So Garrett, you're gonna take 2 shots at disadvantage here. Wait, is it 2 or 1?
You said they couldn't move the board
Right.
without.
Right. So it's
moving
1 this
board.
turn. You take. No! You take a 4. This shoot's just so wide. It's such a bad shot. It's really bad. The other 2 reload their crossbows from the previous turn, and they move an additional 30 feet forward, so they're trying very hard to get there. You hear from the building emerge another 4 bandits, and amongst them is a towering man who stands a good head and a half taller than the rest. He carries a big sword, and he sends a shrieking whistle. He puts his fingers to his mouth and sends a shrieking whistle across the battlefield. And as that happens, the horses immediately turn and begin running towards him as he has recalled his war horses. They will spend their full movement away. If you would like, you can get an attack of opportunity at the one that was right next to you, Albert. And I think, just you.
Get a grapple.
If you
not a
grapple the
grapple.
horse, you're not going to be able to stop its movement. It's bigger than you. But you could like grab it and ride it back to the bandits if you wanted.
There are now 7, including. No, thank you.
All right. The horses wheel back and use their whole movement towards the big whistle, and that is the most the bandits can do. It is your turn now. You see these bandits. A few of them are spread across the plains. There are now the 4 that have just emerged, including Mad Eye from the monastery. What do?
Look at the group. Is anybody still wounded? I'm just trying to figure out who's wounded and who is not.
I am.
I am.
Well, who is worse off? Because I'm going to use my action to just use healing hands for 4 HP on somebody.
I'm at 3 3 out of 7.
I'm at 4 out of 10.
Probably heal him.
Yeah, I'll do 4 on the 4 out of 10. So you heal for 4, and then and then I'll just turn to the group and I'll say,
What do you do? You're healing
I'm
him
using
how?
I have Lay on Hands as a paladin. I get to heal 5 HP.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yep, totally
You
legit.
said healing hands, so it confused me for a second too.
I say it as healing hands. It's a weird thing.
Fair
Anyway,
enough.
I look at the approaching bandits and I look at the group and I basically say, "All right, we need to
Run.
our halfling should get on the mule. We need to split up and we need to get moving. We need to ditch. We need to ditch and regroup. And you all decide where we're going, but we need to get the hell out of here. We cannot fight all of them at once."
Only 2 horses. They cannot all chase us. If we run for
Yep.
4 rounds, because that's how 5 rounds, because that's how long it's gonna take them, we can fight 2 people.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Let's just get moving and get on the mule and let's get moving.
Just go.
And I will
Yeah.
move 30 feet away. I'll move after I move like 5 feet. I'll move to heal somebody. I'll move 25 feet away from the bandits.
Okay. Excellent. Whiffles, what do you do?
Doing simple math with the Whiffles is like, the horse is 2 rounds away to there, 2 rounds back, so we have like 4 rounds at least to run. She's just gonna bolt 60 feet, hoping for the best.
All right, you run 60 feet away. Murdoch, do you also run away?
I most certainly do.
Garrett, do you run away?
Sounds like I'm getting on the mule and running away.
All right. So
move 60
the party ditches and runs away each round as fast as they can go. Simple math here: the horses are going to take 2 rounds to get to Mad Eye, and they're going to take at least 2 rounds to get back. By 4 rounds, you can have just run away. I think that at 320 feet, the light crossbows can shoot at you 1 round before you're just too far. So I'm going to have. Of the people with light crossbows,
I'm in the back. I'm in the back, so I should probably take them.
Okay.
I'm close to the
of the
crossbows.
people with light crossbows, I think I'm gonna say that only 3 of them can shoot and at disadvantage. And so we'll start with you since you volunteered for firing squad duty. The first is a 7.
Thank God for disadvantage.
The second is a 13.
Thank God for disadvantage again. That does not
And
work.
the last is a 14.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, they fire ineffectively at you. By the time they reload, you're well out of range, and you have effectively gotten out of combat from here. What do you do after you regroup? Like, how far do you go? What does the party do now after having escaped
We
combat?
run 4 rounds and then see if the horsemen are chasing us. That was the declared intent.
Yeah.
Yes. You look back and you see a mountain of a man and a bandit on horseback, and they seem to be riding out past you. They seem to be riding out, but they are not galloping and chasing you down hard. They just are riding your direction. It seems that you, for all intents and purposes, you can choose to not fight them right now, right? If you want to get away from the people on horseback, you can, right? But if you are looking to go fight the 2 people on horseback, you can do that.
The question is, the footmen, are they following them in like at their pace, or are they lagging behind? Because if they're lagging behind, I think this is the best like chance we might get at
It
Mad
looks
Eye.
like there are 4 footmen that are following some distance behind.
When you say some distance, is it going to be how many? I guess we're asking how many rounds, if we go fight them, will we have until reinforcements arrive?
I'm not so sure if we know that.
Yeah, I mean, like horses are faster. You might get a round, maybe 2. I don't know, something along those lines.
No,
Okay.
let's run.
Doc will
Let's
wave
run.
forward.
I look
and
at the
say,
group and I'm like, we can't fight Mad Eye and 5 goons. We need to run, and we keep going.
Yeah.
And
You
we just
look up after you say that, and Doc's already 30 feet away from you.
All right.
okay.
So you effectively escape the pursuers. You've had plenty of time to run away, and you do so at max pace. You are now in the kind of mid to late afternoon, some few miles away from the monastery, and you are alone, right? You are no longer being pursued effectively.
I
Think-
think at
yeah.
this point, do you mind if I
Go
go
ahead.
real quick, Manticore, and then you're up? All right.
Yeah,
at
go
this
ahead.
point, I will heal Garrett with my healer's kit.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I think we should
I'll
camp
just
out for
go
the
to
night
next.
and come back tomorrow once we
don't need to roll
replenish
it.
spell slots and whatnot.
I'm gonna roll it.
Isn't it like a +5? That's
It's
already.
+5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Too bad I
so-
wasted that big one. Yeah, I don't need to roll it. You're full. And then I will ask the party, as we discussed, to sit if we think we're safe and rest for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We find a spot where we have like a good view, like a hill or something nearby, and we sit for 10 minutes and take a short rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You catch your breath, you take 10 minutes, maybe break into your rations ever so slightly, and heal up. So you can use any number of your hit dice, up to 1/2 of your total, to heal current HP, and you can regain any class features or spells associated with a short rest in the PHP.
Whipples is gonna suggest that we probably should find a spot to camp for the night and come back there tomorrow.
I agree.
Mm-mm.
Manticore, you were going to say something before I cut you off and ask for.
Yeah,
time.
I was just gonna say we need a short rest and take the 10 minutes to heal, and then, but you basically said the exact same thing.
Okay.
Either I am good to go back and fight again, or I'm good with resting for a day. Either or, up to you guys. I don't know how much stuff you have left. That's why
I have absolutely nothing left, and I would highly appreciate a
Okay,
long
let's
rest.
go rest, and then that was a really good first fight. We killed 1, 2, 3, 4. We killed 5 out of their 14 minions.
And
So-
2 of them were the horse riders with the like high AC and really powerful weapons.
Yeah, 2 of them were the horse fighters. So there, of course, I now realize I should have grabbed the horse fighters' gear to make sure they didn't just put it on a different guy. But it's fine.
That would have been too hard. Greg, how long do you have? Like, how much longer can we go for?
So my personal hard cutoff is midnight. So that would be in another 2 hours and 10 minutes. I'm probably gonna ask that we've been going.
3 hours.
I was probably gonna say we should take a break at some point around 10:30. But that wouldn't. I think we should still probably do that. So in another like 40 minutes or so, I think we're scheduled for a break. And then unless one of you need to cut off sooner than that, that's my timeline.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I was just
I'm
thinking if we didn't have much longer, we might want to head back. But if we've got a couple hours, I think we can, take a long rest and raid the compound again.
I think we'll see what happens with our long rest. We find a good camping spot, we long rest, and that's what the next half hour will be if we have an encounter during the long rest.
Okay. So you still have a third of your day, or like a fourth of your 1/4. You have a fourth of your day left, kind of that like afternoon into evening. Are you just gonna camp for that portion of the day as well?
I think we want to use that to find a defensible campsite in case the bandits come hunting for us or something.
Mhm.
So we find somewhere safe to camp that's either hidden or defensible, and I don't know, whoever's best at that would roll for it, and then we'll
Okay.
rest.
What would be the most defensible campsite? What are you looking for?
Either
Maybe
somewhere
somewhere-
with a good view of the surrounding area or defensible. That's my thought process. What do you guys think?
What do you
By
mean
defensible, yeah, like something where we could funnel people in, like a small squeezed-in place, like maybe some thicket of a wood or a cave or something of that sort.
Okay.
Is what I'm imagining.
Somewhere where horses can't just charge us. That's my
Yeah.
main thing.
All right. So you begin spending your hours scouring the nearby miles of land for a defensible area, keeping your eyes and ears peeled for potential encounters. Excellent. So you do not have an encounter during that time. Why don't you? We're gonna definitely see if you can find what you're looking for. This definitely just seems like perception or maybe investigation. I don't know. I think it feels more like perception to like find something that you just see amongst the wilderness.
I would like to help with investigation if I can give advantage.
Sure, yeah, maybe your investigation skills can assist. That's fine. So whoever has the highest wisdom perception, let's go ahead and have you roll at advantage to find the defensible kind of position you're looking for.
Oh,
There you go.
All right.
Oh shit, that's amazing.
You find exactly what you're looking for. Please tell me what it is.
So we're looking for some sort of a cavish area where horses would not be willing to squeeze in. Like, as a human, probably you aren't willing to squeeze in, but horses or larger creatures would not be able to enter it. And then we camp out in that area.
I think it's a hidden cave. That's what would be optimal for me. Is like a cave, one entrance that leads to like a slightly larger area that has like only a medium creature can fit into the cave.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to describe here. Something where nothing huge would be able to enter it.
Sure enough, you find a cave entrance in kind of what is a rising hill in an otherwise normally pretty flat part of the world. Inside this hill, at the base of this hill, you see like kind of rocks and debris, and sure enough, on the inside of it is a nice cave. And you begin to make your way inside of it and set up your camp for the night. All right. Why don't you tell me what camp is like as you prepare yourselves for after that big encounter?
Whitfield is happy. He's cheering, probably having a drink or something. We're doing this, boys. We're doing it.
Albert's both celebrating a great victory and fucking annoyed he didn't manage to steal one of the war horses because he was so close.
Mm-hmm.
Like he felt a bond with that war horse, but it was like too attached to Mad Eye, and he's annoyed it didn't work. But he's still celebrating.
Very good. Very good.
I think Doc is going around and checking everybody's wounds. I've got a yard of cotton cloth on the mule, and I think I'm changing bandages at this point. And also, I have a second healer's kit on the mule, so I'm kind of taking some of the extra stuff out of there, replenishing with the one I have on my side, so that I have 10 charges ready to go for the next day.
Okay.
I imagine you coming to with, like, you go to Albert probably like 15 wounds or 4 wounds, you go to Garrett, stretch him off, and then you come to me to help me out, and you see that I'm completely unscathed throughout everything.
All right. So the night passes, and the 4 of you get your night's rest. So you can spend any of your remaining hit die to regain HP, and at the end of the night you'll regain 1/2 of your hit dice total, rounded up, and you regain any features of a long rest. Oh, foraging for the day. We didn't do that. Encounters were big. I'm going to need all of you to make me foraging rolls. We have spent the entire day of travel inside the Howling Fields. So the DC will be 15 to forage the plains.
What would you count this as? Is this what
This
travel
is
was
by
today?
base wisdom survival, unless you have another skill you would like to put in.
Yeah, is it at disadvantage or is it just normal? I guess
You moved at normal speed, right? So this is a disadvantage, correct?
I fail. I got a 10.
Okay.
I'm rolling a second one.
Mm-hmm.
So I rolled a 25 on the first and a 7 on the second, so
Okay.
I fail.
I also fail.
Whiffles fails.
I also fail.
Oh, everyone
fail.
fails. So the
Luckily
water's...
for me, Ruben has all of the rations we could ever need. We've got so many.
So I
Yeah.
need you all to mark 8 pounds of rations in total, plus enough feed for the mule. Also, your water skins are dry, and you failed to replenish them. Excuse me. As you wake up the next morning, all of you are dehydrating, and you are facing 2 levels of exhaustion.
Oh,
We have
damn.
that on us for 1 day on failing, or is that the next day?
I'm sorry?
So we all have 2 levels of exhaustion at this
As
point?
you wake up in the morning, you are exhausted by 2 levels. So you have disadvantage on ability checks, and your speed is halved. That is your penalty.
We
Well,
need to
let's
hunt
look
for
for
water
water
before we
ASAP.
do anything else. We're just gonna go hunt for water.
I agree.
Okay.
Agreed.
You begin going out and hunting for water for the day, combing through the land looking for it. Excellent. I will roll to see what happens during the day. While you're looking for water, or tell me how you're doing it. Like, what is it like as you hunt for water here?
Murdoch is going, and as we move through the grassy area, I'm looking for larger pieces of vegetation. Because I know if I see more vegetation growing in a particular area than just plain grass, I know somehow it has to survive, and therefore deep underneath that there might be a source of water underground, or a source of water that's close, or a stream that's nearby. I'm looking
Okay.
for greenery.
All right. You begin searching for greenery as you trudge through the fields. Excellent. Anyone else have a theory on that, or is Murdoch kind of the leader of this water
Whiffles
finding
is
expedition?
looking. Yeah, Whiffles is looking for like signs of like larger animals, because usually where there's larger animals, their tracks most of the time lead to some sort of watery part, because they have to hydrate and they don't carry water skins, so they usually live around the area with water.
Okay.
We'll look for high ground and look for any major like rivers or anything, and he'll be like helping with his investigation skills for looking for water. But mostly it's just high ground, big, highly visible water sources.
Okay. During the first part of the day, Murdoch looks for greenery, looking for things growing beyond just the normal grasslands. This sounds to me like a nature check. This sounds like you're very in tune with the natural world and how it works. This seems like nature intelligence to me as you search for the proper greenery. Go ahead and make me a nature intelligence roll. Same DC as the forage.
13.
You were unable to locate any water during the first portion of the day. Despite your best efforts, there just wasn't any greenery around that you can find, and you spend the first few hours looking for it. But no encounters or anything of note happens during this time. During the second portion of the day, Whiffles begins looking for tracks of large game, knowing that they might lead him to a spring or water of some kind. That definitely screams survival wisdom to me, unless you have something else going on. That seems
That is what I was going for.
Yep.
That's
All right.
exactly what I was going for.
Make me a survival wisdom check, DC 15.
All right. Thanks.
Sure enough, you... Oh, that's right. You're exhausted and have disadvantage. The 13 does not cover the.
Would you let me
the
have
DC.
guidance for this?
Unfortunately, you do
super
not
long.
find any wild game. And the second portion of the day goes by. It is now like past noon into the afternoon. No encounters have happened, fortunately, outside of seeing a few like birds flying through the sky. That's been relatively quiet. On the third part of the day, Albert begins trying to climb up the hill that you kind of slept under where the cave was, looking for a high ground, a place to find water. That sounds to me like perception wisdom, unless you have a different thing going on.
I was honestly going for like investigation, like he's trying to like scout out like signs of residual, but I guess I can roll perception.
So here's the thing about investigation. Investigation's more about like piecing together the clues of a puzzle, right? And when you climb to the top of something and look, I don't think you're so much investigating as you are like perceiving. That would
I
be
just
my
don't want us to
interpretation.
die because I'm rolling a shit roll. Can I let somebody else do the roll that's better at perception wisdom? Because I just don't want us to die of dehydration.
If we die of dehydration, we die of dehydration. This is
Sure.
I'll just roll it. That's fine. No,
Okay.
I'll just roll it. That's
Okay, go ahead and DC 15 at disadvantage.
I
Wow.
can fail and kill us, I guess.
Yep.
And on
Um,
that one.
What you do fail to notice is that you are seen on top of the hill. And you as a party begin wandering around trying to find water. It is... 1, 2, 3. It is Whiffles. You are surprised as your party, searching for water, stumbles into 4 of the jackals with their black armor and their red jackal. And it seems they were waiting for you as they have their arrows drawn. And they will immediately open fire.
How close are they, Greg?
They are 60 feet away, having hidden behind some large grasses. Do you want a map? I guess we could do map for this one.
I think we're fine with just.
Okay. All right.
I think we're fine.
Yeah, it should be okay.
All right. Cool. In that case, they fire 2 shots at. They fire 2 shots at you. The first is a 19 for 9 piercing damage.
As I see that this arrow is going to hit Whiffles, what Whiffles does is this magical barrier appears in front of him as he casts a spell spell known as Shield, and it protects him from being hit by this arrow.
Ooh, very nice. You react just in time to deflect the first arrow. Very good. But the second one still comes at you. The bandit, there we are. This one was a 13.
No cigar.
No cigar. All right. Those 2 shots didn't work out very well. The next 2 are going to be shot at 1, 2. This is Garrett. Garrett, you are the one the other 2 fire at. With a 21.
Yep.
All right. For 7 piercing damage.
I'm at 0.
Oh, you go down. That means that out of the remaining 2, Murdoch, you take the last shot.
Of course.
For 15.
Will exactly hit my armor class.
Oh my goodness.
Again.
For 8
For
piercing damage.
almost all the health that I have, but I'm still alive.
All right. Roll me initiative.
Lovely.
So, who went down? I'm sorry, I didn't hear who actually went down.
Garrett went down.
Garrett.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
Garrett
I
went
am
down.
stable.
Okay, Doc
I'm
went down,
stable
I
at
was
0.
scared.
No, you're not stable at 0. Not in 5e.
Is that
No,
not,
it's not even-
or is that a?
You're
No, that's a
bleeding
rule in
into it.
5e. You're stable at 0 if you hit 0. You have to go below 0 to be making death saves.
I don't
What's your
believe
ruling
that's
for that?
true.
I might have.
Let me put it this way. If it is, we're gonna play that you're rolling the death saves.
That's completely fine. I do not remember if I house rolled it or not now. Let me roll initiative. Oop, I might have forgotten to click my token. Yep, I forgot to click my token.
And begin
Alrighty.
the round
So
class.
Ruben, you can get a 9. Cyan's got a 5 already. Whiffles is a 9. Shadows, yeah, okay. Awesome. So the bandits are the first to react. Wow. Okay. They throw down their crossbows. They raise their scimitars and say, "Get 'em!" And so they will have. There are only 2 people left. So there's 2. Oh no! Wait.
3.
There's 3 people left. So one attack on each of you, and then we'll roll for the last one. So first roll, we're gonna do Whiffles with a 22.
You said they were. Greg, I thought
They
you
were
said
60 feet away.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. They charge 30. They charge 60 feet, and they don't attack. You're right. That's their turn. Whiffles.
Oh God.
What do you do?
Whittle is gonna look at them, give them a chuckle. As a bonus action, he's gonna cast Healing Word to bring back.
To bring back
the
Garrett.
rogue, by the way.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Let me roll for the healing. Let's hope for big numbers. Big numbers.
Nice.
Unfortunate. Minimal healing. And as an action, he is just gonna try and hit one of them just in the face with his Warhammer. As he's
Okay.
going to do so.
Yes,
Nope.
with a 6, you are unable to connect with your Warhammer, as even though they are charging at you, they're nimble on their feet and duck away from your mighty swing. Excellent. That brings us to Albert. They have all closed with the party. What do you do?
I pull out my longsword and I just look at them and I say, if you drop your water skins on the ground and put your hands behind your head, I might just let you live. And then I just stab one of them in the face.
Oh no! Your threats are laughed off as they just swing their blade and just knock yours aside with ease.
I'm tired from no water. I need water, goddammit.
It's tough.
That is the end of my turn.
Going swimmingly here.
Murdoch,
Yeah.
it is your turn. What do you do?
All right, Murdoch is going to use his healer's kit to heal himself up again
All right.
because I don't want to die and I need to be alive to heal my teammates. So, 1d6 plus 5 gives me 6 points of healing, which doesn't fill me, but it gives me at least enough to do something, and then I will draw a dagger.
All right. You draw your dagger. Garrett, you come back to consciousness as the healing word courses through you. What do you do?
Alive. I'm gonna go for the bandit that is closest to Murdoch. Because
Okay.
we need to keep him alive.
Okay. With the 23, you will
Oh,
hit
my God.
Lovely.
for 13
Nice.
points of damage on these bandits. These ones were the ones in the back of house. This one is alive. He is definitely the worst for the wear, though. You rip through like the side of him, blood pools out, and he like slouches down, like definitely kind of on his last legs.
No bonus actions, no movement.
All right, it is the bandits' turn. There are 4 of them. They close one with each of you, and will begin making attacks with their scimitars. You hear them all cry out, "Death to those who are to fight us!" And the first attack is on Whiffles with a 19.
Hit.
All right, for 2 slashing damage.
Uni.
The next attack will be on Garrett with a... if I can find them. There we go. With a 10. I believe that will hit you. The next attack will be on Albert with a... oh my goodness. Managing all these things. With a 22... oh, that was their crossbow. Hold on. What does the attack
I think
look
it's
like?
the same bonus.
Same bonus.
It's the same bonus. I'm fine if you just.
It is
keep
the
rolling
same
damage for
bonus.
that.
Yeah. Okay. So he rolls a
Roll
22 to
damage,
hit you,
that's fine.
and you take 5 points of damage.
I'm still up, but
Scimitar
All
is
right.
D8. Is a scimitar a D8?
That's what the
D6.
no.
Crossbow. D8.
The crossbow is the D8. I misread the sheet. Take 2 points of
Oh.
damage.
Hey, we'll
oh,
take
thank you. That saved me some
Yeah.
HP.
Yep.
Nice.
And the final attack is on Murdoch for a 9.
Lovely.
Excellent.
Oh my God.
Whiffles,
Okay,
what do you do?
Whipples is happy he doesn't have to use his last spell slot on his fallen allies anymore. And for the first time, he's wounded, and he's happy as he's going to war with these creatures. He doesn't feel they're human anymore, and he's gonna try and make a swing at the guy that attacked him before. For a 16 to hit.
Yep, you get him. For
For
9
9
bludgeoning damage. The one fighting Whiffles falls dead. Blah! You bludgeon his face in and he goes down.
As I close in with the other one, I once again use my Warhammer to try and slay another one.
Right, because you're a
Unfortunate.
war cleric. How many of those do
Yeah.
you get per day?
3.
3. Okay, yeah, chill. Awesome. The 10 unfortunately does not hit as he sees you cleave down his brother in arms. He like backs up a little bit instinctually, prepares for the blow, and you can't land it. Albert, you are locked in deadly combat. What do you do?
Fucking stab this dude, and I try and make up for my humiliating water exhaustion strike
Don't say
last
that.
time.
Excellent.
I'm gonna say that every time until it works.
You make up for it with abandon. For 9 points of slashing damage. All right. You slash into him. Blood sprays across the battlefield. He definitely looks worse for the wear, but angry. Excellent. That brings us to Murdoch.
All right, Murdoch is going to free action draw a second dagger in his offhand, and he's going to use his offhand as a bonus action to stab the highly injured guy right in front of him that Garrett just stabbed. To 18, does that hit?
18 hits. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to make that stab with my sneak attack because Garrett is standing next to me. So that gives me 3 damage. Does that kill
3
him?
damage. Nice. He's still up after
All right,
your
then
mighty sneak attack.
Well, then I'll stab him with my main hand dagger as well. 16.
That'll hit.
And this one will do. The sneak attack is not on this one, so
Yeah,
just 5.
Just 5. Fortunately, though, 5 is enough as you murder this bandit in front of you. Dead. Garrett, what do you do?
Just going for the one closest to me, I guess.
All right. 22 will hit for 10 points of damage. Yeah, you get him. He's not dead, but he is highly wounded. There are 2 bandits left, and they are... they don't have an ability to run away from you. They're just going to try to kill you. They're smart enough to know that if they run, they're just gonna get gunned down. They're going to... One of them... Okay, so the one on Whiffles died and the one on Albert died because you stabbed Albert's fighter. So there's one on Garrett and there's one on Murdoch.
Not me, it's the one that died. This is the one I stabbed. Because that was
You said you stabbed the one that Albert stabbed.
Nope. That
No,
Garrett-
he
There was
stabbed the
only
one
one
that
wound.
Garrett stabbed, and
It's
I
the
stabbed
same,
the one that was
same.
on Murdoch.
The same.
I mean, if they turn and fight me, that's fine. Swing away. Go for it. We're good.
Okay,
You got
it's important because...
The one on Murdoch died.
Yeah,
Because that was the one
had
that
to
I
stab
stabbed
one,
first.
otherwise he wouldn't have died.
The one that Murdoch was fighting died, yeah, because he hit him twice. That's pretty much it.
So, Albert, you didn't fight the one that was fighting you. You fought Murdoch's.
I was fighting the one on me, and then I thought Murdoch came and stabbed the one that was wounded on me. That was
That's
my
what
understanding,
that's
but-
how I understood it as well.
That's fine, yeah.
It was Garrett stabbed the one on Murdoch, and then Murdoch finished off the one on Murdoch. So the one on Murdoch is dead.
Yeah.
Greg, however you have it is how you have it. Even if we
All right.
mess that up somehow.
So we'll
they
have
shuffle around a bit, it
so
doesn't matter.
so that's fine. So Murdoch's is dead. So the one on Albert is still alive, and the one on Garrett is still alive, and those will be the attacks rolled.
Okay.
All right. So the one on Albert gets a 7, and the one on Garrett will get a 22.
That is definitely a hit.
All right. For 7 more slashing damage.
Back to 0.
And back to 0 you go.
Ping ponging.
Whiffles! Garrett is down once again. What do you do?
Yeah, he's gonna he's gonna once again healing word for 4. Once again, minimal healing.
All right.
He's just gonna try to Warhammer the one fighting. The one fighting Albert, Garrett. Garrett can deal with his problems.
All right. You hit him for 4 damage. And this is the one on Garrett, right?
No, I'm hitting the one next to Albert.
Okay. Okay, so Albert's one is unwounded, right? Because Garrett hit the other one.
Yes.
So there we go. 4 points on him. Perfect. Albert! You have a guy
I'll now
staring you
kill the
down.
one
What do you
on me.
do?
It's fine. I'll kill the one on me.
All right.
Looks a little wounded. Die.
Oh, he
Fine.
refuses to die.
That is the end of my turn.
All right.
Kill
Murdoch.
him. I want the water.
What do you do?
All right. Do I have one that's on? You know what? I'm just gonna move to the one that's on Albert, and I will stab twice,
Sounds great.
trying to bring him down. With main hand first.
Mm-hmm. You got him.
I'm gonna add
nice.
sneak attack to that.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll
For
be
11, that's 11 and 4, 15, he's dead. Blah!
Wonderful.
Yes.
And then I will use my offhand dagger as I move
Mm-hmm.
to the one that's on Garrett and try to stab him as well.
Absolutely.
That's a
Oh,
miss.
you cannot stab him. All right. Garrett! You
Garrett.
get back to life with 4 HP. What do you do?
He comes back up, stands back up again. He's not really enjoying falling over constantly, but he will try and kill this guy.
The 15 will hit. For
11
6, he dies. He dies by your hand. He knocked you down twice, and now you're back up with a vengeance. And you survive this brutal game.
I will steal
immediately.
these people's water. I really
Yep,
fucking
same
hope they
here.
have water skins.
They do
Yeah.
not carry water skins on them.
God damn it.
We're so close to wiping out the monastery, and yet we're dying of dehydration.
Yeah.
God damn
Let's-
it.
Garrett.
Like, we just die. Like, if we don't find water today, we just die because we take 2 more levels of exhaustion. And,
To be fair,
Die.
you would still be okay because that would only be 4.
We would be
You
at
die
4,
at 6.
yeah.
4 means you can't
Die at
move and you
6.
die. 4 means you have 0 speed and you lie there until you die.
No, that's 5.
That's 5.
Oh, am
Yeah.
I? Did I remember exhaustion? I thought it was 4.
So 1 is disadvantage on ability checks. 2 is your speed is halved. 3 is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. 4 is your hit point maximum being halved. 5 is your speed reduced to 0, and 6 is death.
I completely forgot about hit point maximum halved. Okay, we're gonna keep looking for water after we loot these guys, I guess. But we can go back to the cave.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the cave,
You
yeah.
you get the impression that these guys were on a hunt and kill mission and had little of value on them other than their armor and their weapons.
Leave it.
Actually, Garrett, Doc, I've heard rumors in the tavern that this leather armor is better for rogues than regular studded. If they're your size, you could consider changing your armor.
Halfling, the halfling looks at you, looks at himself, just like, I don't think it'll fit.
I'll examine their armor
We'll grow
while
into it.
also using a healer's kit charge on Garrett to
Okay.
bring him to full.
You don't need to roll it again.
I won't roll it anymore. Does anybody else need healing?
2 away from max, so.
Man, I'm
your
down
choice.
3. I have 5 points of healing for whoever needs it.
Give me 2.
Yep, top him
I
off.
will give you 2. If you could heal me really quick, that would be helpful, so I don't have to spend a hit dice.
Yeah, what do you need?
I'm down 3 HP, so just if you
Yeah,
want to give
I'll
me
give
the
you
dice.
I'll give you a healer's kit charge again, and that's fine.
Awesome.
You'll heal.
Thank you. And that literally
Right.
will always fill me to full. So
So yeah, okay. So I've healed 3 of us on this rest. Hey Greg, how many crossbow bolts can I find on the bandits? Because
Each of the bandits carried 10 crossbow bolts each.
wonderful.
They have 20 bolts and a quiver on the donkey that Whiffles doesn't use anymore because his crossbow is gone.
I'm just going to refill my own quiver up to 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
That's
take one
all
of their
that I'm
crossbows,
taking.
can't you?
You could take one of their crossbows, Whiffles.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a light crossbow then. If that's okay.
All right. Yeah, you take a light crossbow.
Beautiful.
All right. So, after the fight goes, you heal yourselves up, and the search for water continues. Albert has tried searching. Murdoch has tried searching. Garrett has tried searching. No, Whiffles has tried searching. Garrett, the last part of the day is yours to try to find water. What do you search?
Lord.
What do you do?
Wait, what about the leather armor of the bandits? Is it in better quality as if people in the tavern have told us? In regular studded leather?
I'm sorry, you're kind of going robot on me there. I couldn't understand what
Oh.
you asked.
I apologize. The leather armor that the bandits are wearing, is it better than studded leather, as the adventurers have told us in the tavern before?
It is not studded leather. It is hide. It has base armor class 14. It counts as medium armor, but you can get your entire dex bonus for it.
Right, so I just look towards the rogues and I'm like, well, is this better for you, or...
I can't wear medium armor. I'm
Oh.
highly proficient in light.
No,
so
medium.
therefore, for me, it is not better.
Medium's not
Unfortunate.
good for eggs.
All right, never mind.
For the water searching.
Yeah, back to the water searching.
All right. So, Garrett, how do you search for water? What methods do you use to try to find the precious water that you need?
I don't know. Don't really have like we've already done like looking for it. We've tried to find rivers. We've tried to find animals. Can I just like do one of those again, or
Yeah. Which one would you like to try?
yeah? We'll just go for climbing up some trees, climbing up some things, and trying to get a bird's eye
All
view.
right. So same deal as before. You're gonna spend this round climbing up to high places and looking. That sounds to me like wisdom perception. Go ahead and roll it at disadvantage for your exhaustion level, and the DC will
Yeah,
be 15.
no way.
All right. The four of you. I didn't roll for this encounter. I only rolled 3 die. Okay, you're fine. There are no encounters during the last part of the day. It goes into evening, and the four of you were unable to find water during your time. We've rolled a bunch for rations. It seems you failed for those as well. So go ahead and at the end of the day, mark off 8 rations for me. And I'll roll for a nighttime encounter. No nighttime encounter. So, the night passes, but you once again do not have water in your pouches. So, you wake up the next morning and you have taken an additional 2 levels of exhaustion. You are now at 4 levels of exhaustion. The long rest, the night's rest can still take place if you need to spend hit die and regain your class components. But without water, you do not regain any levels of exhaustion.
So what happens is Whiffles prays to his god to exchange one of his spells to a spell called Create Water, and he removes the spell of Inflict Wounds, and he is able to provide as much water as needed to the party this time.
So do you have the required spell component as per the adjusted rule?
It is a drop of water, so even if it's condensation or anything of that sort, I'm simply able to
No,
do it.
unfortunately, it is not. So
Mhm.
you... Oh, what happened to my documents here? So you need a vial of water costing 1 GP to cast the spell.
Oh, in that case, I did not do that. Alright, never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
We die.
Yeah, we're done.
We have a shot. We have 1 chance if we have to roll a success today or we die. Yeah.
Okay. The cycle starts again as you begin searching for water. I will roll for... I'll make sure to roll 4 dice this time for encounters.
My question at the party, as we're gathering up and going searching for water, do we want to pray to the god of lost souls and try to return home with what we have, even
No.
though it is meager?
No, it's not. I would rather try our luck. We are going to try our hardest here.
We can do that at the end of the day, right? If we need to. Greg?
I believe we can do that at the end of the day, yeah. Let's
We
see how...
survive the encounters we get to during the
Yeah,
day.
it's not really intended to be a save your ass thing, but yeah, I mean, why not?
I mean-
It's such a hefty price, right, to take half your experience away that I don't mind it.
Yes.
I would rather... Yeah, let's just try our best.
Okay.
Can we use guidance on the 1 hour looking for water rolls? Because it's like the start of looking for water.
Yeah, so I'll allow guidance on 1 of the 4 rolls. You can choose which one.
Okay. My first I'll let the cleric choose guidance, but my first idea is Albert's going to just hike around, and he's just going to try an endurance hike around looking for water.
You're going to endurance hike as far as you can to find water.
On my own. I will split
right.
off and just go fucking
All right,
endurance
so for
hike.
the first part of the day, that will be our check for water. You begin your endurance hike around searching for water. Endurance to me sounds like either strength or constitution. My thought is probably strength, right? Like you're probably trying to, as best as you can, to push through exhaustion as far as you can. Is there a skill involved with just enduring?
I was thinking athletics. Like, I was honestly going for athletic strength.
Okay, so go ahead and give me strength athletics at disadvantage, DC 15.
Okay.
A 14.
We get the guidance
Alright.
that he requested.
I'm gonna make you choose guidance before rather than looking at the rolls and then trying to min-max them.
Okay.
Oh, in that case, I would have asked to use for the biggest modifier. So if you have a 6, my highest is 5. So obviously, I would have prioritized you. But if somebody
Yeah,
else
I
has
think,
something higher than a 6,
If
We
we
would
can
have had those
justify
too late
ourselves
for
for
that,
that,
yeah.
letting somebody
yeah,
has
it's a bit
better.
too late.
I think we failed that one, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second,
I should have said I would roll, but it's fine.
the first half of the day goes by with no encounters, and Albert returns exhausted, tired, on maybe a little beaten down. How do we spend the second half of the morning into noon?
Can I attempt to find a small or medium, like a medium-sized creature and tail it to water, like stealth
You can try.
tail it?
So you want to stealth tail it. So I think this is very similar to finding the creature that we did before, right? Where you were tracking the creatures, like trying to find something that would know its way to water. To me, that sounds like a survival wisdom check, more than like, can I stealth it, right? Because what's most
Fair
important
enough.
isn't spooking the creature or anything, but finding it.
Yeah, that's alright. I'll just roll it.
Nope. Oh,
Don't give me guidance. I'm zero.
yeah.
All right. You are unable to find water during your turn of events. That
think
brings
your
us through
perception is gonna be
noon.
what
There
we
were
want.
no
Guidance.
encounters in the morning on the dice. So, who is
point.
taking over the third?
I will stop the party and say, Garrett, I think your idea was sound, but I don't think you were stealthy enough, and I think I will try to search for large animals.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, looking for following them to a water source,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm
Yeah.
going to ask our cleric for as much guidance as I can receive on this roll. If
Is
the party
this-
is okay
Let's
with
see.
it.
All
With
right.
the guidance of my god.
You are
your bonus?
blessed with guidance. Go ahead and give me a survival wisdom at disadvantage with your guidance.
This will be the dumbest DP. Oh my god, I'm so gonna be so sad.
Well,
if
that's a
we keep
13.
taking-
You
Come
have
on,
a
come on,
decent
come on,
chance.
Come on!
Oh my goodness! All right,
find
Murdoch,
water.
you find a creature. This was the day that we got no encounters on the dice. So, what creature do you find?
Let's see here. Whoa. I want to find something that doesn't spook pretty easily.
A moose or something.
Yeah, I'm thinking for some type of large animal, a moose or like a buffalo or something that I can follow along and is not going to look at me and feel threatened as long as I'm not dead yet.
You find a moosefalo, and you
Nice.
follow it all the way to a nice little stream that winds its way some couple of miles away from you and camp. And you bring your party members to it and drink greedily from the stream and fill your water skins. Water has been found. So, for each night of rest that you take with filled water skins, you will recover 1 level of exhaustion each night. You're currently at 4 levels of exhaustion, and you have filled water skins. You still have an extra part of the day to explore and look for something if you would like. What would you do with the last quarter of the day?
Go back and hide. That is
Rest.
what-
Hide and rest. Care for my donkey.
I recommend we rest until we have at least like only one level.
So I will mark
preferably
off
zero.
the rations from the last day because I just realized we never actually found food.
I asked you to mark
or-
off the rations at the end of the day.
I just forgot.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Please.
because
do.
it was like we had been searching all day. I just forgot. That's fine. I have done it. I have the correct numbers now. All right. 7, 6. Okay. Our rations are now correct. Go back and we rest.
Okay. Are you How long are we resting? Are we resting until the exhaustion is gone?
We can literally
I think
do
so.
rest until the exhaustion is gone. We have enough rations.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, Garrett.
technically, like, exhaustion is removed after a long rest.
One level
So-
3 minutes.
So,
Okay.
if you'll look at the rules I have for resting,
Okay,
in
you've
the
got a thing. here.
yeah. So, under the travel and rest rules, I have blah 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 blah. Resting. In the night's rest, you can
Yeah,
see
per
as
night's
long as the
rest.
party has food and water, they recover 1 level of exhaustion per night's rest.
I have marked off 4 days worth of rations for the party, in addition to the 3 days we have already used. We have if we were able to use the same stream, then we are good and we should be completely
Okay.
free. Nothing happens
So
during the 4
what
days.
I'm going to do is I'm going to roll 4 encounters, 4 per day. And since you're staying in one place and not searching them out, I'm going to adjust the encounter rate down by 1 on the die. And I'm going to roll them up and see how many, if any, encounters we get.
I think we should be pretty well hidden as well, if that influences anything.
Sure. That gives us the -1 on the danger.
Oh.
That's 3, 4... No, it's 3, 6, 9, 12. I need 1 more set.
As you're rolling and preparing encounters, I would talk to the party and say,
Mhm.
I know that we are very close to purging these bandits, but I think at this point, as we are running low on food, and as we have endured this trial, it may be time for us to turn around.
What are you talking about? We got 3 more days. We're fine.
Let's give it another shot after the exhaustion if nobody disturbs us, and then
Yeah,
if somebody
we've got 3
disturbs us,
more
then we're
days.
screwed.
We can walk back right now. If
Yeah.
we are ditching, I would like to walk back to town and not. If we leave now, I would like to walk back to town and keep all our loot, or we can keep fighting and take the shortcut. I'm fine with either.
I mean, just in terms
Seems a
of like
non-decision.
in terms of what we get, like, it's much better to just walk back than to take the -1/2
All right.
experience.
So guys,
Sounds
it
neat.
is 10:30 right now, which means this is like our about time for the last break. You guys want to take
Right.
5 minutes and then we'll come back and do the
Yeah,
encounter and
let's
see
take a break
what's
and
up
discuss
after
what we
that?
want to do. I think that's a good idea.
All right,
Yep.
excellent. So we're gonna go ahead and take 5 minutes here, and then we will come back with the conclusion of this session Beyond the Mist. We will see you soon.
Yeah.
All right.
Is live now, and we are back. Welcome back to Land Beyond the Mist. We're heading into our final part as the party has holed up next to a stream as they try to recover their best from dehydration. As you spend your watches furtively trying your best not to die, the dice are with you for the first 2 days, and you spend 2 uneventful days drinking your fill of water, recovering. And you recover 2 levels of exhaustion. So now you have disadvantage on ability checks, and your speed is still halved as we enter into the 3rd day. On the 3rd day, who is at watch? Let's roll it. Nice. Albert, you are on watch. Albert, you are on watch in the middle of the afternoon when... what is your passive perception, actually?
11.
You still notice. Good job.
Nice.
You notice crawling along the grasses in the plains as they approach towards you a bunch of dog-like shapes. As they weave their way through the grass, you can hear their low growls about 60 or so feet away from the camp. And you can tell as they approach that they are most definitely hunting. You have known and seen a pack hunt, and this most definitely reminds you of it.
Albert just starts. He pulls out his sword and his shield, and he just starts banging on his sword against the shield as loud as he can, and he walks towards them slowly and confidently, in trying to just make this intimidating rhythm with his sword and his shield, like I'm going to fucking murder all of you.
Absolutely.
And just start. I want to try and intimidate.
That definitely sounds intimidating. Go ahead and give me an intimidation check. You march out away from the camp, and you see this sight in front of you.
Also, I want noise. I just want to, I hope the rest of the party can hear. That's part of it.
Yeah, you're in the middle of the day. I assume that everyone is awake and doing things. This isn't like a nighttime encounter. You march out and you find the 6 dogs, 3 to the north of your camp and 3 to the south, as they approach your caravan. Go ahead and give me an intimidation check as you bang on your sword and your shield.
And still at disadvantage because I'm
You are
exhausted.
still at disadvantage, yes.
Oh.
Ooh, with a 22.
Yeah.
Let us see what they make of this. You're just way over anything that they've got. You manage to scare these dogs. They retreat away from you as you march towards them. You see that there are 3 on the north and 3 on the south. Which ones do you march towards?
The north.
All right, you march towards the ones on the north, and as you do so, banging away at your shields, they back away, their ears flat, emitting kind of a low growl at you, but they're definitely backing away. The ones to the south watch patiently, not backing away, but not making an immediate aggressive move.
Yeah. I'll just kind of be trying to get them to just fucking run away, thinking I'm too much of a threat. Our group is too much of a threat to hunt, while waiting for the rest of the group to kind of come reinforce me and back me up.
You manage to back off half of these creatures. The ones up to the north that you push back eventually get far enough away that they break and scramble away, yelping and running off into the mists. The group to the south, though, won't break and run so easily. As you kind of turn and notice them, they've once again begun kind of slinking up just a little bit closer towards the party as you have chased off these bandits up here.
If the rest of the group is ready, and I look at the group and everybody's ready for combat, I'll just fucking charge them and just go try and stab one.
Sounds good.
All right, it sounds like we're breaking into combat then. Let's all roll up some initiative, yeah?
Yep. Sounds good.
All right. Let us roll up initiative. I believe that's everyone. Yeah, 6, 7, 13, 9. Excellent. All right. You are the first to react as you break into a sprint at one of these creatures and go to attack it. Go ahead and I guess tell me what do you do. I maybe you don't do that.
I think I just run up and I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm just like, get out of here, dumbass. I don't know. I'm awful.
All right, you
awful.
race towards it and take a longsword, slashing it for 8 points of damage. Excellent.
Stab it in the face, I guess.
Yes.
And then
the thing yelps in pain and tries to like reel back from you, but it is nonetheless wounded. Excellent.
I just go, guys, food, kill him. Then,
That brings us to Murdoch. You see Albert just chase off a group of these dog creatures and then run up and stab one in the face. What do you do?
Impressed with Albert's bravado, I will take a step forward here. I'm going to use my light crossbow and fire a shot at this one, the one that he's standing right next to, with a critical hit.
Very nice. Yeah, go ahead and roll me some massive damage.
That's going to be a lot with sneak too. 7
Wow.
plus 13, 20 damage.
20 damage. Whoa! You slay this creature. It dies. Dog is dead.
And to finish my turn, I'll take 1 5-foot step behind our cleric, between the cleric and the dogs.
All
Stay
right.
there.
These dogs are now 1/4 of their total number when they came to attack. And they just saw their dude die. And they don't want any more of y'all's ass. They book it, running away as fast as they could go. They move 80 feet away from the party. Are you going to try to shoot them down as they run, party?
Nope.
Nope.
I sit
I'm
back
just gonna
down.
pick up the corpse for butchery.
All right. You very, very easily deal with that encounter. Well done, party. Well done indeed. All right. Yeah, that they die, and the rest of your afternoon goes in peace. Excellent.
Okay, 2 things. Does the body melt, and can we butcher it for food if it does not melt?
The body itself does not melt in the daylight.
I meant at night, but yeah. I would like to try and turn it into rations if possible,
Alright.
so we can put food.
You butcher the body. Sure, you'd like to turn into rations. Are you skilled in butchery? Like, how do you get
I am
food?
not. I will hand it to anybody in the party that volunteers. I have no idea how to make food.
Okay.
Murdoch will offer to skin it for you.
Okay, Murdoch.
I will hand the body to Murdoch.
What do you have? How are you gonna skin this?
Murdoch has plenty of daggers. He's going to go ahead and try and take the skin off the dog, and then go ahead and break apart some of the bones and try to get some nice, choice cuts of meat off the flanks where there's a lot of muscle there, and then try to put that over, I guess, whatever fire we have.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That sounds kind of like a dexterity survival check to me. Seem good to you?
Okay.
All right.
That sounds fine to me. So that's another d20 plus 4 for the dex, plus 4 for the survival.
Excellent. You managed to butcher the entire corpse for each number over DC 12, so 12. That is how many pounds of rations you can get from the corpse of this creature.
That is
That'll
6 free
feed us
rations.
for the day.
Yeah. Beautiful.
I will
Excellent.
add 6 rations to our sheet.
You spend the rest of your afternoon doing that. That night, we come to the second encounter of your long rest. You spent the rest of the day trying to do your best not to be seen, and at night, let's see, who's on watch? The person on watch this time is Whiffles. Whiffles, you are on watch late at night, and you see shapes flying in the air above your camp, dark and black in the night. They're circling around your campfire. What do you do?
I do not yell out or anything. I just go around like kicking this sleeping bags of party members to wake them up, and I just point my finger towards the sky and I'm like, be ready. As I draw my weapons and I ready an attack.
All
I
right.
don't want to fight. I just kind of want to hide in the cave if we can do that.
You're as far as I knew, you said you were resting at the stream, not in the cave.
Oh yeah, we had to rest at the stream to get water. You're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I will also ready an attack against anything that comes.
All right.
to our close
You
party.
spend
I
a
will ready
round getting yourself ready and waking your teammates up. And as you do, these dark winged shapes close in closer and closer. How many were there? Okay. Closer and closer to you as they circle the party. I will allow each of you to set up an action. As now that you've spent a round waking up, they're circling in closer. It is clear that they're getting ready to like bomb out of the sky and get you. What do you do in this round to prepare?
I will move out in front, so I'm the obvious first target, and I will ready a sword attack.
Okay.
I would like to cast a spell of Shield of Faith on myself. Ready a dodge action, and I kind of step forward, pushing the opponent back a little bit.
Okay.
Let me handle this.
So you cast Shield of Faith and then you step forward, also trying to draw an attack.
Yes, I ready a dodge action to like try and dodge all the attacks coming in.
Okay, excellent. Very good. Then, Murdoch, Garrett, what are you doing?
Go ahead, Garrett.
I would like to move my 10 feet because I'm a slow halfling here, and I'm going to hide behind my ally.
Excellent. You hide behind your ally. Go ahead and give me a hide check while you do that.
Disadvantage.
Oh, wow.
Very nice, very nice. You hide behind your ally, who is a size class larger than you. Excellent. Murdoch, what do you do?
I'm gonna move right here next to my allies and ready a shot for the first vulture when the first vulture closes into melee.
All
with one of
right.
my comp-
And so they come. You are readied. We'll just go from top down. We'll do them from the front here. As you prepare yourselves, the vultures swing down to attack. This vulture here we'll start with comes barreling down towards Whiffles, who has cast Shield of Faith, and wishes to strike at you with its beak. I believe, Murdoch, you have a ready to attack.
Nope,
Shot
dodge.
coming in.
It's just a bad
24 will hit. Please roll some damage.
Do I get sneak attack as he is close with my ally?
Yeah, you could wait until sneak attack time. Sounds good.
All right. Takes
For
12.
12 points of damage. All right. The bolt strikes true, and it screeches in pain, but it will still attack with its beak, trying to chomp down on Whiffles. With a 7, it cannot rend your flesh. The second one is going to swoop in also at Whiffles, whoosh, trying to take advantage of their pack-like attack. And he will also try to use his beak, but does so at advantage with a 22.
I am dodging, so it's a regular attack. That is what it is. It would be
You
okay for me.
cast Shield of Faith as your action, right?
Shield of
Shield
Faith
of Faith is the best action, so I will still able
Okay,
to dodge.
so the first die is a 22. Does that hit you?
Yes, but Whiffles is going to cast a spell called Shield, blocking the damage.
I don't believe this is a lot of actions. So you've cast Shield of Faith, then you've dodged. Now you're going to cast another spell.
Action, reaction.
Okay.
Bonus, yeah.
Action, reaction.
Bonus action, full action, reaction.
All right. You cast your Shield of Faith and block the incoming attack, repelling the creature's bite with your magical shield. Excellent. The giant vulture for the south comes swooping in, does not see the hiding halfling, and will attack Albert, who is taking the dodge action, I believe.
Yeah, I had a ready to attack just for one.
Oh, you had a ready attack, not a dodge. Okay.
Yes.
Please spark your attack. The 23 will hit.
Ooh.
Die.
For 7 points of damage. Very good. So you will take 7. It screeches in pain and then rends down with its beak, trying to snap at you. With an 11. Unable to get in. This one will fly in to swoop at Murdoch and try to get you also with its mighty beak. With a 15.
Just hits every time.
Every time.
Every time.
For 6 piercing damage, it bites into you. Alright. Now combat is kicked off. Let us roll into initiative.
Love it.
Always a 7.
My initiative rolls have been garbage.
Alright. The vultures are the first to seize initiative. These two here on the edges are going to make attacks once again. This time, while they're in melee range, rending with their talons. First, we'll adjudicate the one to the south on Albert. It will make a talon attack for 16.
I missed.
That'll miss. And then it will fly back away from you. You are in melee with it. You are welcome to take an attack of opportunity if you would like.
I shall make my attack of opportunity.
All right.
It's being slow.
I was in melee with that one and hidden. Can I take my attack as well?
Didn't you have a... Aren't you an archer?
I had my rapier out.
Sure. Yes, you can.
Is that 14
would
hit?
you... Okay. Do you want to sacrifice your being hidden for this attack?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
so that will
Then
take my
yes,
advantage
please do.
And does a 14 hit or no?
The 14 will just hit, as does the 22.
It takes a lot.
Any total.
It takes 14?
20.
20,
20
yes.
total.
Yes, it does. 20 damage along with the 7 will fell the beast. Ah! It flies away, or attempts to, and you just stab it to death in front of you. Excellent. This one behind Murdoch will attempt the same thing. And it will slash at Murdoch with the talons for a 10, not hitting, and will fly back, attempting to dive bomb once again. Do you have your melee weapon out? I don't. I've lost track.
I shot last time. I do not have a melee weapon.
Okay. All right. Excellent. And then these two are both facing the same creature. They will get their pack tactics with their talons. The first with a 17. Missing. And the second with a 14, also missing. And they will make the same move, flying back out of range, preparing to swoop back in again.
I would have a reaction to mine.
That's right. You use your reaction.
Yep.
All right, excellent. And that leads us to Murdoch. You see this thing fly away from you. What will you do?
Same thing I always do when I take a hit round 1. I'm going to rip out that bandage, slap it on there, spit on the sap, and tie it around. And we're going to get 1d6 plus 5 healing.
All
Each,
right.
which will put me back to full. I will step up right next to my compatriots right there, and I will draw a dagger.
Excellent. Well done. Garrett, you've revealed yourself and slew a creature. What will you do?
I think I'm gonna step up this direction and just ready an attack for this guy to come sweeping in.
Okay, that sounds good. Excellent. That brings us to Whiffles. What do you do?
There's not much Whittles can do, so he is just gonna cast Sacred Flame at the wounded one that was shot by Doc before.
Okay.
Let me just try and... Sorry, it's a bit slow for me as well. There we go.
7. Excellent. This thing will attempt to save. No, the mighty chicken is unable to. It takes 7 points of damage. The chicken vulture is quite wounded. You see it kind of listing as it flies. It does not seem particularly well off, but it does not fall dead.
Okay.
All right. Albert, you're standing over the corpse of your slain enemy. What do you do?
Let me see. I'm just trying to see what's less than 30 feet away. I will do this is... Okay. Because I can, I'm just gonna run at this guy and just, like, stab him.
All right, you run to the creature that's flying up and away from you. You make a leaping attempt to stab at it. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Yeah, I would have just... If I can't stab it, I'll just javelin it, but I'll just try and hit it with the longsword as it flaps away.
You have 15 feet of movement, my friend.
Yep, we're exhausted.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Your movement's halved. Yep, you're correct. You can only move 15 feet.
I will move 15 feet and then throw a javelin because
All
I can't
right,
get within
good call, good call. I always forget about the speed halving thing.
Same.
Go ahead and roll to hit. You do.
Nice.
For 8 piercing damage. Very nice. Your javelin strikes through. The thing lists a little bit to the weight of the javelin. And then it turns back to fight. This one, we'll adjudicate this one first because it has the easiest target choice. It comes right for you, Albert, swooping in with its beak and attempting to tear at your flesh. With a 21.
That will hit.
For 6 piercing damage. This one is injured. This one sees that it has a chance to use its pack tactics, so it's going to use its flight to come around and pack tactics you. And it will strike at you with its mighty beak with advantage.
Come on, no 18.
22.
Oh, that hits. I might go down, actually.
You take 9 piercing damage.
I go down.
Rends into you, knocking you unconscious. This bird, it doesn't have a better option. It flies back at Whiffles and will strike at you with its beak for a natural 20 on the die. It is a critical hit for 10 piercing damage.
Oh, no.
I am indeed down.
Oh, Whiffles goes down. Oof.
No.
Murdoch, you see these beasts turn around and down 2 of your companions. What do you do?
Which one is the most injured, Greg?
Birds.
The most injured one is this one here.
I will
You
yell
might want
at
to
Garrett.
get an ally up.
I'll yell to Garrett, take one down as I use my healer's kit to first bring up our cleric.
All right.
So
You
I'm
use
gonna
your
do
healer's kit.
26 plus 5.
I am back to full HP.
Yep.
Classic.
And I think... I don't know, I kind of want to stay here and not take a hit if I need to heal other people. So I'm going to stay here.
Yeah.
All right. You stay there. Excellent. Garrett, what do you do?
Garrett, not seeing much of another option, is going to charge up into melee and attack the injured one.
Okay. Go ahead and do attack. The 20 will hit. The 10 points of damage will bring it down. Blah, it's dead.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. Excellent. That brings us to 7. My brain has farted. That's Whiffles.
Whiffles.
What do you do?
Yes. So I use half my movement, which is 7 feet, to stand up. I will do what I do best, and I'm going to Healing Word, the Fallen Paladin, restoring
Yay.
6 hit points. And as an action, I would like to bonk the.
All right.
bird.
You wheel back with your mace and try to strike the bird. You crit the bird for 14 points of damage. All right. This one is still up, but it is wounded. Excellent. Albert, you're back on your feet. What do you do?
I am back on my feet. I will just I will stab the last bird, hopefully, and I'm like, at this point, I think Albert's like just fucking sick of the bird shit, and of this world shit. But like,
23, you hit.
this is what he's here to fix. Come on, die. Max
12.
damage.
12 and 8 is 20. It does not die, but it is quite wounded. You can tell it is kind of on its last breath. But the creature is very confused that its dinner has gotten back up and stabbed it, and it thought you were dead. So it's going to rend you with its claws to try to make you more dead. And it will roll a 20. You will
That hit.
take 11 slashing damage.
I am back down.
All right. Excellent. The creature lands next to you and is very happy to prep its meal. This one here is... It was attacking Whiffles, and Whiffles went down, and now he's back up. And why is its meal back up? So it will do the same and rend with its claws at you for a 9.
Yep.
It is unable to strike you and doesn't know what to do with it. It's a predator by nature, but it only knows one kind of avenue of attack. It lifts itself back into the air and flies back away, provoking attacks of opportunity from both of you in melee. 17 will hit. The 6 will not. For 10 damage. Oh, is that enough? It is. This one falls dead. Blah! All right.
Only one left.
Murdoch, your companion has fallen back once again. There's a giant bird landed over him, like getting ready to enjoy its meal. What do you do?
I will step 5 feet forward, squawk at the bird to get him to back away for half a second, and then expend another charge of my healer's kit. And
All right.
heal our dear Albert, if I can type, because it's late.
That healing feat is baller, isn't it?
It is. He gets 9 points of healing. And
All
he
right.
is
Yeah.
back up and ready. Yep.
Awesome.
And I'll stay
Garrett,
right there.
what do you do?
I will walk up, jump over the dead one's body, the land there, I guess, because it's the only place I can see, and attack it.
All right. The 11 will not be enough to strike the creature vitally. It like squawks and dances out of your way, more nimble on the ground than you expected.
I
Whiffles.
do actually.
I think
Yeah.
Whiffles had enough of this. He's just gonna walk up to hit this creature, thinking that it's like almost on his last legs.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna try and hit. He's gonna put his shield away. He's gonna two-hand this boy.
All right. The 17 will hit. For 6
Okay.
points of damage, and that is enough to fell the beast. Blap. It has
Beautiful.
died. Excellent.
I think Albert just looks at all the corpses around them and goes, "You know what? I think I'm ready to go fucking home after this. So we're going back. I'm done. Somebody
One
else."
more day for exhaustion, and you know.
Yep. Let's heal up and go
Yeah.
home.
It's
All
the
right.
might,
Also-
correct?
Also, Greg, you need a blap emote now.
Blap.
Like old school Batman and Robin TV show blap emote.
I like it. That's a good one. All right. That resolves the knight's encounter. If you need to, you can spend hit dice to replenish your HP, and then recover up to 1/2 your total rounded up at the end of that for use in the next day.
And a point of exhaustion.
And the point of
Down to one
exhaustion goes away. You're now down to 1 level of exhaustion.
Which means we can go full speed home.
You can go full speed. Yep.
Is this the time to do it?
Yeah,
I'm fine with
let's
either
go pick up
going.
the chicken.
Yeah, let's
Let's
go.
pick up
Remember
the
that
chicken and move on.
survival checks and water checks on our full day of home will now be made at disadvantage.
I want to wait one more day. I want
Let's
to wait
wait
one more day.
Sure.
I think we just go because we can go at a fast pace because we're already at disadvantage, and fast pace should get us home like almost all the
Well,
way.
If we wait one more day, we can search for that hide and then take it with us. I don't think we're going to be able to find it and carry it home if we go fast pace.
Let's camp for one more day. I think the consensus
We're
is to be
camping.
one.
I would prefer camping for one more day.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. You are camping for one more day. The morning goes by pretty peacefully. Who is on watch the final day? The final day. It is Garrett. You are on watch in the like middle afternoon, and you hear shouting, human shouting, in the near distance, probably a few hundred feet away, and you are alerted to the sounds of bandits and the clomping of hooves. They are far enough away that you cannot see them. What do you do?
I immediately look to the party and say, "Guys, I think the bandits they're coming for us," and I'm gonna stealth. As I do.
You hide immediately. All right, party. What do you do? You're alerted to the sound of shouting in the distance and the clomping of hooves.
I will also hide and pull out my crossbow.
I will pull out my sword. I'm not even gonna hide. I'm just going to like stand out in the open next to my mule because I know it's pointless, and I'll dodge action in case they shoot me.
Okay. All right. I need hide checks from our 2 hiders then, so I know whether or not you beat their passive perceptions.
At disadvantage still?
Yeah, still
This is an ability check, so this will be a disadvantage. Yes.
So my first bad stealth roll.
All right. Yes, you are quite stealthy. Sure enough, given enough time, you see. I actually didn't roll for a number. You see 2 bandits and 2 riding horsemen crest up near the camp. They come into range at... What is the range that you want to shoot them at?
I'm not going to shoot them until they get close because I'm
Okay.
waiting.
Okay, you're
I-
waiting until they get close enough to see you, or like be hidden and see your allies.
Is
Okay.
it fair to realize that my hiding sucks and just like start shooting at them immediately?
Well, you think you're well hidden, and if you wanted to like wait,
Do I?
you probably are going to. All right.
I will
Then you see 2 bandits, not on horseback, trailing behind 2 bandits on horseback. We'll go ahead and just put them as 2 big war horses. Blah.
Would I have time to cast a spell before they get like real close to us?
You didn't say that you were doing that, so they are now here.
Oh, sure.
And they are whatever distance this is away from you. As they burst into kind of view, they're 50, 60, 70 feet away, depending on where you are and which one you're looking at. And these creatures, or these bandits, see you, and you hear them begin shouting immediately as they see the people that they are looking for and are going to jump into combat. Let's go ahead and roll into initiative, and then I will let the people who were going to shoot things at him.
Do you
Oh,
want to clear the
okay.
order? Fresh initiative?
I'm sorry?
Will it just auto change? Never mind. I'll just roll.
Will it auto check your initiative?
I just no, I just didn't realize it was reset. It's fine. I was just a little.
Greg, can
It
I
is
put
getting
myself
late,
in
yeah,
this
fine.
bush behind Ruben and... Sorry,
There
can
we
I
go.
put myself in the bush behind Albert and Wiffles back here?
Sure.
Because I'm hiding.
Yeah, you are hiding, and well.
Okay.
I would have
Yeah.
been staying here, like in the
My
open.
initiative.
Alrighty, initiative is rolled. So before we go into initiative, there were two people looking to shoot shots at him. Garrett, you did not hide well. They see you. You rolled just a normal attack. Murdoch, they did not see you. You get advantage.
I would like to wait until one of the riders gets close enough to my allies and then shoot.
Okay, so you will forego your attack this round. The
You get
20
advantage.
will hit anyone you want. Garrett, who are you aiming at?
Aiming the one riding that horse. You
Absolutely.
get sneak attack if you have advantage, by the way.
Huh?
Murdoch.
I'm not
Murdoch
shooting.
gets. Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
not shooting. I know that I have
Fair
sneak attack if I advantage.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
I
the
don't
6
wanna
points
be
of
seen.
damage strikes this thing. Oh, he rolls a little bit in the saddle, but now it is time to begin combat. And these bandits are out for some blood. The two horse riders will charge forward.
Did they go before me, or
Oh, that's a good question. You tied, didn't you? You're just on the top of my order.
Yeah.
What's your dexterity bonus?
I believe it is a 0. Yes, it's a 0.
It is a 0, and the bandits have a dexterity bonus of 1. The bandits go first. All right, works out. They charge forward on their horses. Blum, 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 blum. Blum, 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 and they will take swings. The first at
Whiffles?
oh my god, I'm so bad at remembering your name. Wiffles! Holy shit, why is Wiffles so hard to remember? And
I have no
the
idea.
second at Albert. But before we do those, they have closed within range of your allies. Are you going to take your action?
Yes. This triggers my action at the horse the rider that had already been hit
Uh-huh.
by Garrett.
Uh-huh.
Fire at advantage because I'm hit.
Okay.
I dodge, so it's just disadvantage against me.
The 25 will
Alright.
hit.
So close to a crit.
For
15.
15 and 6 is 21. The rider dies plap, as he gets close. He was commanding his horse like as this was happening, so I'm going to give the horse this round's attack. The horse has... Where did I put my horse to? I should just keep all of these open, huh? They keep popping back up.
I feel like we killed 90% of the forces of the bandits.
Well, you've never actually
We
killed
have-
the horses. You just killed the people on top.
Yeah.
No,
The
we killed
horse
all the
will
horses.
attack you with a... Oh, where'd it go? Why did that not work? There we go. With a 13. Does
No
not do
cigar.
much. This bandit here will go attack Albert. Albert, you took the dodge action, so the bandit will swing its attack. This is just a normal bandit. You killed the true horse rider. So he attacks with a 17, though. Oh, no, but he has to do it
That's a
again.
miss.
Yeah. Oh, that's a miss anyway? Okay, well, he
It's
just
a miss
misses.
anyway, but yeah.
Okay, and then the warhorse also is commanded to attack with a 12. Then these two will step forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And they unleash their crossbows. And they're going to shoot... Let's see, who do they want to shoot? Of the D4 of you... they are going to shoot Wiffles.
Okay.
This guy is going to shoot a light crossbow at Wiffles with a 22.
I will cast shield, making that a
Okay.
miss.
And the next one will also shoot you with an 11. All right.
Miss.
Excellent. Wiffles, it's your turn. What do you do?
With one of my hands, I would like to grab the horse, like in the front of his feet, where the leash is per se, with one of the hands I would like to grab so he doesn't walk away. And I am just gonna sit here. Hopefully the horse follows.
The horse, if you want the horse to follow you, you're going to need to pass a very difficult animal handling check. This is not your horse, and it is trained to like not accept the like commands of not its rider.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Understandable.
I think
so
we went with DC 20 previously, so we'll stick with that here.
Oh,
God damn it. Alright.
The horse rips and bucks and tears the reins out from your hands as you step away from it.
Yeah, anyways, to step away, I pick up my warhammer, and instead of one-handing it, I'm once again going to two-hand it this time. I'm going to give it a blow to the rider.
Alright. The 19 will hit. For 10 damage, striking him in his saddle, but he holds on. Alright.
And I'm going to do it one more time.
Okay. The 9 will not hit. No. Alright. Garrett, you are off a little bit of ways from the party. What will you do?
I will attempt to finish off the rider on that horse.
Alright. The 17 hits. The 8 points of damage will slay the rider.
Nice.
God damn.
Have you missed a single arrow this session?
Yeah, we missed a couple at the start.
Yeah, there were a couple in the bandit fight and in the on-keg fight.
Okay.
Excellent. That leads us to our good friend Murdoch. What are you doing?
Murdoch's going to move down here to this bush, which should give him a clear line of sight at this bandit right here.
Uh-huh.
He's going to fire a light crossbow shot. Normal roll.
No,
11.
does
Probably
not
missed.
hit. All right.
That is my turn.
Excellent. Albert, what will you do?
There's only one bandit left, right? This horse is without a rider.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Both
I will
riders are
go
dead,
and I
aren't
will just stab the... I'll just try and kill the remaining bandit then.
There's no bandit.
So I'm sorry. There are no bandits on the horses. There's only the 2
There's
back
only
here.
these two left.
Just these.
I
two.
got confused because I thought he was shooting at a bandit. Okay. I will grab a horse and just try and force it to like stop resisting. Then using my soldier proficiency, like we already
Okay.
discussed.
Yep. Go ahead and roll. We'll stick with the same DC that we have been.
Yep. And it's still at disadvantage because exhausted.
It is still yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes. You are correct. It is a disadvantage.
I'm just gonna roll athletics because it's the same bonus.
Okay. No, the horse kicks and bucks and will not accept you.
All right. Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
All right. Excellent. Bandit time. These bandits are going to spend their movement going 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And they're going to use a bonus dash to mount the horses. Blop. And then they will command their horses to disengage. And then they will ride 60 feet. 5... No, wait, hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 55, 60. As they run away. All right. That leads us to... Oh, I deleted the bandits. That's fine. That leads us to Whiffles. What do you do?
Whiffles is gonna yell out, "Get one of them! Get at least one fucking horse!" As he steps forward and he's gonna cast Sacred Flame.
All right. The bandit will make a dex save. They are affected by your sacred flame. They take 4 points of damage.
And I'm hoping that the horse will get pooped by fire on top of them.
No, this is a trained warhorse. It knows better than to be spooked by flames.
Okay.
The horses are 60 feet away.
They are 60 feet away.
Are either of the horses wounded at all?
The horses have not been targeted.
I'm considering chucking a javelin at a horse, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I will just, and end my turn, and I'll just say I'm kind of frustrated, but whatever.
Was
I'm
that
done.
your
I'll let him
turn,
get
though?
away.
I thought that was.
Oh wait, I thought I was next.
Way off initiative.
Oh, I
That's,
guess I was looking for you.
yeah,
I'm
it would be
sorry.
Garrett's turn next.
I am attacking the one that just got Sacred Flamed.
With an 18, 8 points of
Great.
damage. This one holds on. He is still alive.
Get him, Murdoch.
Murdoch.
Right, Murdoch's checking his range here. Oh, I'm within 80 feet of these bandits. Murdoch will yell over to our dear friend Albert and say, "Use the ring!" And then he will fire a crossbow shot at the already injured bandit.
You hit.
With the ring.
You kill the bandit on this horse. Excellent. Albert, it is your turn. What do you
I
do?
would like
I
to,
do not
use
have a
my
ram
movement.
ring.
Greg, I want to move forward 60 feet.
Oh,
Or
sure.
30 feet.
You're gonna move forward 30 feet, correct?
30,
Yes.
30, yeah.
Yep.
We gave the ram ring to me.
Oh,
Yep, I
wait.
do not have a ram ring.
All right, Albert, what do you do?
So I'm sorry. Exactly, what's the distance to the bandit that's calling the horses?
60 feet.
They're on
Okay.
the horses.
Yeah, they
Oh,
mounted
just
they mounted the horses and ran.
Okay.
This one is now currently riderless. This one has a rider.
Okay, I will move 30 feet up, and I will chuck a javelin at the bandit.
All right, please roll to hit.
Just normal, not on. Good roll here.
The 16 will hit the bandit for
8
8
damage.
points of damage. He is still alive. And on his
Yeah.
turn, he collects the reins of the horse next to him with his action, and they will double move 120 feet away. I believe, does that take them out of your range?
I am in disadvantage range.
All right.
think- Yeah, Garrett and I are going to get a disadvantage shot if we want to take it.
A Hail Mary. Let's
All
do
right.
it.
Garrett and Murdoch, you get a shot at disadvantage.
Nope.
No.
So horrible.
Oh! Can you do enough damage? You slay
Wow.
the rider, and the horses
Nice.
continue to gallop at they're just galloping at this point free. They are 120 feet plus while galloping away from you. Do you
Whitfull's
choose
will
to try to
do
chase them
something.
down through the fields?
I
Whitfull's
100% will.
Sorry, Whitfull's is gonna use a minor illusion spell to imitate the whistle that the leader used before to summon back the horses, or at least attempt to.
Okay, go ahead and make an animal handling check at DC 20.
Oh, to
Disadvantage.
With disadvantage, yes. Oh, you make a loud whistle, but it is unfortunately not adequate to bring back the horses under your control. All right. The horses are running away in through the random fields. You are going to try to chase them down?
I will
no,
try.
Whitfull's going back. Whitfull's not.
Albert really wants this fucking warhorse, yet he feels a strong bond with it after failing. So
Actually-
he's going to just try and run it down until it
Alright.
gets lost.
I want to see if it outruns you, or if if it just keeps galloping in a straight line, it's just gonna outpace you, and you're gonna
Yeah,
just have to wander about in the forest in the grasslands, and that seems like a bad plan. But let's see if they stop at some point. Would you like to call highs or lows, or would you like me to just roll?
I'll call high.
You'll call
and,
high. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 3 on the die. That is not high.
Ah.
The horses continue to run long enough that they just outpace you enough that you would not be able to track them down and find them.
That's too bad.
I think you're destined not to get this horse.
know.
You've tried
you
very
want it
hard
so
to get this
bad.
horse.
I want this horse so bad. It's a 400 gold piece warhorse. God damn it.
Oh. All right. And so ends the final day of rest. There is no night encounter. There is no further encounter there. You can take a night's rest as need be. and we have reached the end of your 4-day stay of exhaustion. At the morning of the 5th day, what do you do? What's the plan?
We head home.
Yep.
Let's go get the buried
Yep.
treasure and go.
We are aiming for the spot towards the top of the Howling Fields where we left our buried treasure. It was a tree that had been struck by lightning at the top of a hill. We knew it was at the top of, just past the plains north of Farfield Keep, beginning of the Howling Fields.
All
I
right.
believe from where we traveled, it probably was south and just slightly to the
All
I believe
right.
it was directly south. 'cause we had directly north after it.
Go ahead. You're heading south and slightly east to go back to the tree that you buried your goods at. What pace are you moving at?
We're moving at a normal pace.
At a normal pace. All right. Go ahead and make me a navigation check. Excuse me. At advantage. Your DC is 10. You know your way perfectly well. So, tell me, what is your travel like as you make your way back? How do you spend your day? What is it like traveling back through the plains after coming so close to the monastery?
Garrett is very happy. He's chatting, very happy that none of his friends died and they dealt with some bandits that were plaguing the lands. So, very energetic.
Excellent.
I think Albert's frustrated, but he feels like they accomplished a lot. Like there's like he's moved forward towards like stopping the evils that have plagued this land. He's made a strong step against evil. Is how he's thinking of it. But at the same time, it's like, God damn it, we didn't actually win. We didn't kill all the bad guys, but it's fine.
Okay.
Whipples is happy, yeah. We killed a lot of bandits. He made some new friends. We didn't reach the goal because we ran out of rations and time we can spend in the mist, but he's happy overall with the performance of the party. We're one of the only parties to come back unscathed, at least so far.
All right.
Doc is still wary because we haven't gotten back yet, but he knows
Yeah.
that we're in a decent shape. We've chased down a lot of the bandits. The horses are gone. The bandits didn't take them. We didn't take them. Maybe they'll wander their way back to the monastery. Maybe they won't, but he knows that chances of bandits running us down on our way back are pretty slim. So as long as we can find our loot, cautiously make our way back, we might get a chance to rest.
Awesome. So, the four of you are making your way through the Howling Fields without much incident, when in the late afternoon, you hear singing wafting across the Howling Field. You don't see the source of it, but it is coming from some distance from the west of you, and it sounds melodic and beautiful.
Albert just says ignore it. I want to go home.
Agreed.
All the stories I've heard of adventurers coming by singing creatures never ended well, so I want to stay away from these.
We forge ahead.
All right. You ignore the melodic song from over yonder, and you forge ahead into the late evening as the sun is beginning to go down, and you begin to start thinking of camp. You find the tree split by lightning, exactly as you left it.
Our treasure is here.
You spend some time digging it up, and sure enough, the everything that you buried there remains.
Well, now I can take the 100 pounds of adventure gear and the 300 pounds of chitin and put it all on the horse and only be lightly encumbered on the mule.
Beautiful. Yep.
Yep, we
After you
have
don't
put
read
like
the food.
we've eaten 200 pounds of rations or something like
Right.
that to our 4 days.
Because
Yeah.
of the feed for the mule. Yeah. All right. And then from there we head straight south to the keep with as much movement as we can have left, hoping to get there
Alright.
before the end of the night.
The evening doesn't have an encounter, but before we move on to the next day, I'm going to want 4 foraging checks from each of you. And the DC will be 15 as you've spent the whole day going through the Howling Fields.
Disadvantage?
No,
more.
you're at... Wait a minute, I think it is at disadvantage. Let me double check my
We
rules.
went normal speed, which is disadvantage.
Yep, you went a medium
Oh,
pace,
normal
so you
speed.
have disadvantage on your foraging checks.
Did anybody pass? Please.
I did, yeah.
Riffles
Oh, wait.
did. Riffles passed.
Yes, he did. Thank God. I didn't.
24 and a 22.
found lots of
Absolutely.
Okay, somebody pass.
So, it looks like Murdoch and Wiffles passed. Oh no, that was for the navigation. Murdoch had an 11. Wiffles, you fill up the water skins, but otherwise, you fill up the water skins. You have found rations for yourself and let the mule graze. The other 3 of you need to mark 2 pounds of rations each for your night. There is no nighttime
mule.
encounter, so we can go ahead and skip that. I'm gonna have you make a navigation check. I think I know your pace and your route.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Y'all are almost
Go for it.
back, boys. Come on. Just gotta make it back.
Didn't register. Oh, there it is. 23.
Awesome.
Oh,
You
yeah.
are not lost. You quickly find your way. Oh, well. Nope, no encounter. You quickly
Beautiful.
find your way out of the Howling Fields and back into the pasture lands that are familiar in the surrounding area beyond Farfield Keep. An 18-mile journey later through the day, and you find yourself back in the welcoming walls of the keep. Excellent. So, I'm going to need to build up a fair bit of experience for you all. But first things first, let's give out some gold. I want to know what your plan is for the hide.
So I would like to try and have it turned into a form of either scale mail or plate mail. Because I'm able to provide the raw materials, I want to just cut down on costs. Whatever heavy armor it can be turned into.
Okay, we can handle that at the beginning of your next session. I'm assuming the party isn't trying to sell all 300 pounds so that you can't use that for that purpose. Other than
There's 2 people with heavy armor. Is that going to be enough for 2 sets, or are we going to have to?
you can definitely make 2 sets of heavy armor. Are we just using it to create heavy armor and nothing else?
Can you give the value on it as well, so we can share some money with our rogues as well?
I was about to say I think the rogues can have like this magic item and the most of the gold in exchange for not getting armor.
So the
I'll give it up.
So the value of the hide is going for 300 pounds of this hide is going to be 75 gold pieces in total. If you wanted to make if you want to provide the material components for 2 pieces of armor, we'll call it 60 gold pieces in total for the remainder.
Okay.
All right. You take it to market. You sell what you need. 2 heavy armor users, go ahead and mark down the chitinous hide, and we will deal with that at the beginning of a session. So with the 60 GP and the 50 GP and the 79 GP, we have 189 split 4 ways.
We also have the 50 GP from the gear that we sold, the 100 pounds of adventure
that
gear.
Yeah, I included that in the calculation. Yeah.
Yep.
I forgot that. Okay.
So each of you will take home 42 gold pieces each. And then experience, I'm going to need a minute to calculate because you fought a lot of shit. So, why don't, if you guys have anything you want to shout out or say before we go, now's a great time to do that, and I will make up some XP for you.
I just want to say I'm happy I got my revenge. I managed to kill half of Greg's world in exchange for him killing my character. So it's fine.
Nice. I think Whiffles is just gonna head to the tavern and start telling stories of his adventures and what for people to expect and whatnot.
Garrett will be right there next to you.
I
Embellishing
think
Beautiful.
Albert will be bragging and talking about how he's shown these adventurers how to do their goddamn job, and he's be like giving people shitty advice on how to be crappy adventurers. Because he's not actually very good at this. He's just been relying on other people's skills while he stabs things.
I
Let's
think
see.
Murdoch will be in the corner of the tavern, listening to all this going on, and maybe not necessarily engaging with them, just kind of observing what's going on. Maybe smiling a little bit every time Albert brags.
Let's
Garrett,
see.
are you taking that ring?
I'm happy to roll for it if you want.
Is that a thing we do? Roll
Yes.
for
So
it?
if you can decide, the four of you, that someone takes the ring and it's their thing, you're all happy with it, great. Otherwise, we'll have anyone who wants the Ring of the Ram to claim, hey, yes, I want this, and we'll just roll, we'll roll D100s and see who rolls the best.
I think
Yeah,
the
let's
two
just-
heavy armor people shouldn't get it because we get the chitin armor. So I think it should just be one of the rogues.
Sure, let's just roll D100, and
think
whoever
that's
gets
fair.
it. 48.
Going-
22.
All right, Garrett,
That's
you will take home one Ring of the Ram. So
Whitfalls would like to give 15 gold pieces to Murdoch because he feels like he was the only one not compensated as much as the other people.
okay.
Murdoch will take that, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Murdoch is happy that he got back alive and got enough money to buy another healer kit. That's all I care.
Absolutely. And you will also take home an additional 535 experience each.
Damn, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Nice.
You fought a lot of things and you didn't sacrifice half of it to get back.
Yeah, that's,
Halfway to level
that's such a
3.
big part of it.
All right.
Well, we need something
So-
like that, and we can hit level 3.
So we had the magic item taken care of, the gold taken care of, the XP taken care of. Awesome. Thank you so much for coming and playing with me. I had a really good time. I am excited to see you guys come back and play some more. I am going to be... I'm probably going to be playing some stuff with Sean tomorrow, just because I don't get a lot of Fridays to play with Sean, but otherwise going into hibernation to just do a bunch of taxes for a while. So I'm going to disappear, and then I'll see you all on the other side after tomorrow.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
And
Yeah, I
happy
appreciate
belated
it.
birthday as well.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I will see you all the next time. Thank you for playing, and peace to Twitch chat.
Almost gave me a panic attack with the water, but like, damn, that was scary. All right. Have a good one.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, chat.
Thank you.